Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are here streaming live from Barcelona, Spain as part of the OFF Festival during day 2. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona, and I'm excited to be joined here today by Rufus. How's it going?
Hey, Clara. Good to see you again. And yeah, it's so great to be in Barcelona at OFF. It's probably my 15th or 16th OFF in a row. And today we're here to celebrate the first year of Adobe Firefly, because exactly a year ago here at OFF, I was on stage showing Firefly for the first time, and back then we only had 2 features in it. I think it was text to image and text styling, and that was it, right?
Yeah.
But what I also did last year on stage was to promise that we would take that technology and actually implement it in all of our flagship applications, such as Photoshop, Illustrator, Adobe Express, and of course all of that happened, and it's still happening. It's growing and growing, and it's great to see also the adoption that the creative community has of Adobe Firefly and generative AI in general, and that the community really sees it as an extension, to their imagination, an extension to their tools, and everyone is using it in beautiful and unexpected ways.
And I remember the reception last year for the keynote was really powerful, just to see the possibilities, and especially as creative pros. Sometimes we're thinking about, how exactly you can use generative AI in your workflow. How has Adobe really approached that from an ethical standpoint, making sure that, creators are being recognized for their work?
That is actually a very good point, and there's a few things there. The first thing is our data set. Our data set all comes from Adobe stock, from images that we've licensed, from images that we have the rights to, and that actually guarantees also that our content is always safe for commercial use. Meaning that if I type into Firefly, I want to see Mickey Mouse in a cornfield. Well, that will never happen. Firefly might come back with a rat in a cornfield or something like that, but Firefly doesn't know brands, doesn't know artist styles, it doesn't know all of these things. So whatever you create with Adobe Firefly is safe for commercial use. And the other thing is that we've also developed a method to actually pay back Adobe stock contributors for their participation in the program. So every year, we will, there's a calculation happening, and Adobe stock contributors actually get paid for their participation in the training model.
And I know that's really important as part of our community too, making sure that our creators, our community are being recognized for their work, celebrated for their work. And I know, Rufus, you've been a part of the team that has been part of the Content Authenticity Initiative too, so making sure that we are recognizing creators for everything.
And content authenticity is also very interesting. It's a technology that allows to embed into the image metadata that actually tells you how the image was created. And also, every image that you create, either on the Firefly website or using AI technologies in Illustrator or Photoshop, they will be tagged as created with AI and Firefly in that case. And then if you push it even further, inside of Photoshop, you can turn on content credentials, and anything you do in Photoshop can actually be embedded inside of any given file. So giving the user or the person that's actually looking at the picture all of the information they need to establish whether it's a real picture or if it's a generated picture or how the picture was generated. And then there's also systems through Photoshop where you can save the image to the Content Credentials cloud. And basically what that allows us to do is, if somebody should take a screenshot of your work, of course all the metadata would be gone, but if you upload that screenshot to the Content Credentials cloud, you can check towards the original, and you can also see that the screenshot was taken from an image that you actually created, and also take that into account.
That's really important that we continue to include that as part of the metadata, and I know that sets Adobe apart in a lot of the work that we're doing. Well, if you're just joining in and you're tuning in from YouTube or from Behance, we are live at OFF Festival during day 2. So go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. And if you have any questions for Rufus about Gen AI or anything Adobe's been working on, we'd love to answer those for you live. So I'm going to go ahead and pop over to the chat here. So I see a couple people joining. Good morning or good afternoon, Alexandru, Diogo, Sarina, Darren. Thanks so much for joining in. And again, if you have any questions, go ahead and post them in the chat.
Yep, and remember, that's what Adobe Live is all about, is this opportunity for us to talk with us live. And send us your questions, and we will be here to answer them.
Absolutely. Well, I think with that, we can go ahead and dive in.
Yeah, let's dive in. I've got a few things to show. And I wanted to start actually on the Firefly website, which has been revamped recently, and there's a whole bunch of new things that are happening here. And as I scroll down, we also see that that coming soon will be generative audio and video AI, which is super interesting. We can't say anything about that, but it's important to know that we are also already working on these things. We've introduced generative AI in Photoshop, in Illustrator, in Adobe Express. And we've created a whole bunch of tools on the Firefly website that allow you to test the technology out. So, for example, text to image, that's the first one that we launched. And also generative fill came shortly after that. You can generate templates in Adobe Express based on a text prompt. And then in Illustrator, you can also generate vectors, generative recolor, text effects, which was like the big hit when we launched Firefly last year. But anyway, all of these things are here. Oops, no, let me just go back for a second. And very importantly, we have a new community page on Firefly. And basically what this is, the community page is really the work that you are creating and that you are allowing us to use in that creative community page. And basically what this is, it's a collection of images with their prompt. So if I click on any of those images, I can open that image and see exactly what prompt was used, what style, what image style was used, etc., etc. And for example, I can then take that image and say, I don't know, a cute cat, okay, running with a tennis ball. And let's try that prompt. And basically what I'm doing here is taking one image from the community and changing it to something that I wanted. So the community page is really a way to get inspiration. And here you go. Now we have the cat running after the tennis ball. They're pretty cool, actually. Yeah.
And how many options does Firefly give you, and how many times can you generate?
Oh, so of course you can generate as many times as you want, and when you download it, that's when your credits are taken, right?
Perfect.
So that's what that's how it works. And of course, this is using Firefly Image Model 2, which came out at the beginning of the year, I think. And basically, we're already seeing an increased quality in the images that are produced with Firefly directly. Let's go back a little bit to the home page, because there's also a way to favorite your images, and then I'll have all the information about how Firefly works, etc. But let's go back home, and let's start looking at the new tools that were introduced just last week. So I'm going to do something with shiny red and yellow plastic. Let's try that. And basically, what this will do is this will create, I don't know, a pattern, a background that is based on that prompt. And the prompts can be as simple or as complicated as you wish, really. Like, the more information, of course, you add, the more precise the image will become. But this is, a pretty good rendition of, plastic, shiny.
You can see the texture,
You
too.
can see the texture and everything. And the really cool thing is that we have now this ability to add structure to any images. And basically what that means is that you can take any image or sketch or type, for that matter, and actually apply that as a structure to your image. So let's upload an image just to test this out. Oops, I'm lost here. There we go. No, where did I put my images? Here we go. Let's take some structural references here. And let's take this star, for example. Let's open that. About uploading images. Of course, if you're using images for structural reference or style reference, you should have the right to those images. Okay? What we don't want to see happen is, like people uploading images from artists or illustrators or photographers, and then apply that style to the images that you curate. So we're giving you a gentle warning there, like, don't do it. Like, are you sure you have the rights to the images that you're uploading? If yes, we can safely continue. Basically, this is simply, I typed in that star here. Let's change it to landscape for a second.
And I know you can also upload images that you create in Illustrator. I know Eloise shared that with us yesterday, too.
Yeah, absolutely. You can share. You can actually upload a whole bunch of things, and we're gonna go through a few examples here. But let's see how that star, as a structure reference, actually changes my shiny red and yellow plastic prompt. Okay, so as you can see, it's not very precise right now, but that is because I didn't have the full strength of my reference image. So let's pump that up all the way and regenerate. And then you will see that it'll actually take the exact shape that I uploaded to create the image.
Yeah, that strength is really helpful too, and I think it helps with a lot of inspiration, so that maybe you want elements of the star, but not having it be complete.
Exactly. And now it's a completely different story. Now we have the red and yellow plastic applied to that star, and this is really the beginning of the ideation phase, right? Then from this I can do anything. Let's try another one. Let's upload another image, and for example, text. Okay, here I have the writing off, because we're at off this week. So let's take this for a second, because this is also very interesting that you can apply text to, and this is something that's always been difficult with generative AI. Let me put that back to square so that the text is exactly like this, and regenerate that with a shiny red and yellow plastic, and see how this this text that I've actually created with Illustrator and imported as a PNG here, and this will now affect, this, and this is actually giving me some pretty impressive results. And if you click on it, you can have a larger preview, and this is pretty amazing how you can now use text inside of your generations.
Yeah, I think we found our new logo for next year.
There you go.
Or an ideation of it at least.
Absolutely. And you know, one example that I created yesterday, let me just get clear all of those filters, and let's say that I want a mountain scene. Let me, mountain scene, okay. The technology is only as fast as you can type, but let's generate that. I have removed all of the styles and structures and things like that. And the thing is, so now we've added some graphic, we've added some text, and basically what Firefly will now do is, you know, like show me some nice mountain scenes, right? But where it gets super interesting is that I can tell Firefly exactly how I want the image to be. So let's go into landscape mode again. And down here in the styles, I can use a whole bunch of styles that are here in the gallery, but I'm going to use my own image. And I'm already going to pump up the visual intensity, and I'm going to upload an image from here. And basically, what I have here is the look that I want on those pictures.
Beautiful.
Right? So this is the type of mountain that I have in mind. So let's upload that. It's checking the image for content credentials, if it has any things attached to that. And then down here we see that now we have this style reference applied here. Let's regenerate the picture.
And we have a question here in the chat. If someone did upload something that they didn't have the credentials for, what would happen and how would we flag that in the system?
We don't make anything happen, but what we do is that the images that are uploaded, a low resolution of those images is kept in the system.
Okay.
So if there's any, like, we're not using that image to do anything, it's just kept in the system for your safety, for your customer's safety, and for artist safety, right? Because if there is a claim or something you know, that somebody does, well, we still have the image that you've uploaded, you know, just in case.
Yep. Makes sense.
Right. So here we have this new style applied to my simple mountain scene again. And as you can see, now I have this exact style. But all of those mountains are really different. But I really have this very specific idea of how I want to see the mountains. So let's use structure reference for that. I'm going to upload another image and go back into my my reference images here. And basically what I have a sketch of how I want the mountains to look, right? So let's import that sketch.
Perfect. And I think we'll bring that up on the screen too.
Oh, yes.
We'll bring the up on the screen.
Yeah.
Thank you. The joy of life.
The joy of life. Okay, thank you for that's happening. Yeah. Okay, so basically now we have this sketch in here. We have the mountains that I've just created. Okay, let's close that. And now if I use the style reference and the structure reference together, I can regenerate that image. And what we will get is a mountain scene with the style that I want and the structure that I want.
Amazing.
And basically, the final image here will be all about, yeah, there we go, with the style that I had in mind and the mountains exactly positioned like my sketch.
It's amazing.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So check these things out. They're super fun to use. They're to experiment with. I've seen creatives do incredible things with that, like bringing sketches to life through a prompt. As you've seen here, I've used a sketch to bring that structure into an image, etc. But like the other part of the story, of course, is how we port all of that into the applications, right? And you know, we always start here on the Firefly playground, and that's where we test things out. That's where we also want you to participate in the conversation. And basically, we also have a way. There's a Discord channel for Firefly, and where is that Discord channel?
Yeah, we'll post
here.
that.
Join the Discord server.
Perfect.
Right here inside of Adobe Firefly, and that's where the conversation can continue. And also, please help us understand, you know, how Firefly works for you. So whenever you have results that are not acceptable or that are weird, tell us, right? Our engineers look at all of the flags, all of your notes. So we are making this system better every day.
And I know within the Discord channel too, we do hangouts every week. So you have an opportunity to connect with the team. We have product managers directly in those hangouts. And then we do have them available in multiple languages. So if you speak German or Spanish or Portuguese, you'll be able to access that too.
Yes. And do you have any questions in the chat right now?
And I see my colleague Tim, hi Tim, posted the Discord channel in the chat, so you can access that link directly there.
All right, perfect. So let's move on to Photoshop very quick, because time is running out
I know,
already,
it goes
right?
by so quickly.
It goes by so quickly. So basically, in Photoshop, a few months ago, we've introduced these, actually at Max in Los Angeles last year, we've introduced these technologies that allow you to expand images, to add things to images, etc. And these are super useful in many real-world cases. Like, for example, this image here, this is a portrait, but I really wanted the hair of that person. So in the past, I would have used the clone stamp tool, the healing brush, and all of these things. But now all you need to do really is to crop the image and make it slightly bigger. And then, without any prompt or anything, you just generate. And basically, Photoshop will use Firefly technologies to actually generate the image that wasn't there. And as soon as we get the results, they will come here to the variations. You always get 3 results. And the cool thing is that, as you there you go. So let's see how. Like
the different results.
Like how the different results, and then I can choose the one that I like best. But I think the middle one is probably the one that works best with the light and everything. So here you go. Very, very quickly, I was able to add something that simply wasn't there. It is still the same person, but I could add stuff. The other thing I use Firefly a lot in Photoshop for is removing things from images. And again, you could have used the clone stamp tool. You could have used the spot healing brush tool. These are all good tools for specific things. But in this case, what I really want to do is simply remove that person. So I'm going to make a very quick selection with the lasso tool here, and also include the shadow down here, like this. And again, without any prompt, I'm going to say generative fill, generate. And basically what this will do, it'll generate the pixels inside of that, selection that I did.
Yeah, this is so helpful, especially for social images too, if you need different
Exactly.
sizes for different channels.
So this has now become really the best tourist removal tool there is. Look at you wouldn't be able to tell. Okay?
Wow.
And this is something that with the spot healing brush tool or with the clone stamp tool would have taken me a lot of time, because I would have had to find pieces in the image that actually that worked. Another way that the technology can be used is maybe like make a selection like this, and this will pop up. I'm going to say generative fill and a potted tree, for example. I want some nature in here, so let's generate. And again, the variations are here, and you can regenerate until you're happy with your result. And here you go. This is not really potted. Maybe this one is potted. Yeah, that's
there
better.
we go. That looks
and
nice.
it also comes with its own shadow and everything.
Yeah.
And and the other thing that I really like to do is maybe have a sleeping dog here, because animals are always nice to have in any image, right?
And there's a question here from the chat. Is there a way to match the style? So for example, this tree, if I wanted it in the style of some of that furniture, is there a way that you'd be able to?
Yes. So I would probably, think about structure match to do that. And as you've noticed, like everything that comes into Firefly then eventually ends up also in the other application. Oh, that's a cute dog sleeping right there. But again,
and it fits so nicely into the image.
It fits nicely, right?
Perfect.
Because it really perfectly fits inside of the image.
Yeah.
And let's leave that dog. So basically, we've added these 3 things to the picture to make it more natural, right? And to answer your question, no, there is no way to actually super match the style of the furniture. But maybe with a sketch in Firefly. And then who knows when this will come, when structure match will actually come into Photoshop. The last example, I think, no, I still have 5 minutes, right?
We have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So another example is, for example, like this image here, and and style match is almost there already, because I can say, okay, I want a big sailboat in this area. Sailing boat. Okay, I'll just say the area, and I want to generate it in here. And basically, what this will do, it'll create the sailing boat, but in the style of the image that I'm working on. And you will see that the colors will match.
Wow,
and
it just blends in perfectly.
It just blends in perfectly. So it makes the image different right away. It is still my photo. It is still my vision. But what this allows me to do as a creative professional is to really go to make. It's all about the storytelling. And so whether we take images and paste them in on layers and then blend them in or things like that, I think it's very similar to that. And there's so many stories that can be told. And one last thing maybe that I wanted to show is in this image specifically, there is one way that we can now, where is this? The sky replacement, it's in the edit, or where is it? I'm always lost. So help is always good. Sky replacement. Here we go. And it'll show me where it is.
Oh, perfect.
That's a pretty cool tip,
helpful.
right? So it's in edit. It was there. I simply didn't see it. But basically, this is not Firefly. This is AI, because Adobe, we've been working, for about a decade on AI and adding AI capabilities. But, like very quickly, I can choose from a whole bunch of skies here and it can even add my own skies, so, to make the image more interesting or more dramatic. Let's put in this spectacular sunset sky, and I can always, move the sky to my liking like this. I can play with the brightness, the temperature, and all of these things. And this will actually be put on a layer with its masks and everything. And as you can see, very quickly, my image became more dramatic, but it's still my image. I was there. It's just that I would have loved the sky to be a little bit more dramatic.
Exactly.
So coming back to Firefly, this is really what, it's really an extension of your creativity. It's it allows you to very quickly generate things that, that you think about and that you want to see. And I think this process became much, much shorter.
Absolutely, and really helping save time within the workflow too. One last question from the chat. Any tips on prompts when you're generating specific images? Is there a specific order that would be great to put them in, or specific adjectives? Like, what would be your best recommendation?
So my best recommendation is, like, if I go here, for example, let's let mountain. Okay, prompt is too short, but doesn't matter. Like if I go here now, we have this thing called suggestions, right? And that's a really good way with River. So my suggestions are not popping up, but okay, that's the joy of being live. Oh, here
we go.
Okay,
perfect.
So basically, it gives you suggestions of what you could add, how you could change it. Some terms like high contrast, or there's a whole bunch of things that you can add to your prompts. But the way we thought about Firefly is really not so much about the prompting, but more about using these settings in the panel. And you've noticed the panel moved from the right to the left now to be more like the other apps that we have. And basically, you can go in here and say, like put all of these lighting things. Like, for example, I'm a big fan of the golden hour. And if I regenerate that, you will see that this immediately puts on this, the light of the sunset. And there's camera angles, there's photographic things that you can do in here. So this really makes it so much easier, rather than to know all of those prompt words and things like that. I think this is very helpful to get your idea out of your head right on your screen.
Those are really helpful suggestions, and curious to hear in the chat if you are trying out any of these features. As Rufus mentioned, please provide us feedback as we're continuing to iterate to make sure that we're building tools that best meet their needs.
That meet your needs, yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Rufus, for taking the time today.
Thank you, Clara.
Anything you're excited about today at OFF
Well, yes,
Festival?
I have a big session with Emily that we're going to be talking about, of course, generative AI, but also taking things that I created in Illustrator into Substance 3D and then using, like, making patchworks and things like that. It's going to be an interesting session. So I'm looking forward to that.
Perfect.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you next time at OFF and meeting you in person.
Right. Well, we're looking forward to all the future sessions that we have here on Adobe Live. So be sure to stay tuned. We're going to be live today until 6 p.m. And you can catch some of the behind the scenes on our Instagram at Adobe Live. So be sure to stay tuned. Up next, we're going to have my colleague Anton sharing some tips and tricks in Premiere Pro, in addition to some of the new Gen AI features that we have coming up. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We're here streaming live from Barcelona, Spain at the OFF Festival. This is day 2 of a full day of programming that we have for you. So we're excited to dive in and share some of the latest and greatest coming from OFF. For those who I haven't met, I am Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona, Spain. And I'm joined here today by my colleague Anton to share some exciting things coming to Premiere Pro.
Hey, good to be here.
Yeah, so how's it been going in Barcelona so far, at OFF? Any highlights?
It's just good to be back. Like, it's
Yeah.
this thing, like, once a year we all come to Barcelona and talk to the community, meet up, get some feedback, talk about our stuff. So it's just lovely. The weather's nice too, so it's always a pleasure.
It's so nice, and this venue is so close to the beach too.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
perfect.
it
So, what have been some of the highlights so far? And yesterday was the first day of OFF.
Yeah, I think it's just getting the vibe of what everybody's talking about, like being here once a year and seeing how things change, like how the topics change, how the people change, like, and then it's always new people coming in. It's always the same people coming also, which is awesome. So it's just like feels like a big family gathering, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I love the vibe so much of OFF. It's very casual, a lot of creatives, people from all over the world. I know Adobe, we had our mixer last night and met, many of the creatives that we interact with a lot on Behance or on YouTube, so it was great to meet in person. Anton, can you share a little bit more about what you do at Adobe and what you focus on?
Yeah, so I'm a senior product marketing manager for our photography and video tools. So I'm based in Munich, Germany. I'm basically kind of the island between our teams based in the US and our teams here. And yeah, I was a photographer and videographer before, had my own production company, so I switched sides 5 years ago, almost 5 years, which is insane.
Yeah, it goes by fast.
It goes by fast. So yeah, just like trying to make our products a little bit better every day and making sure that the feedback's being heard that we get here in Europe.
Yeah. That's great, and that's one thing I love about Adobe is we have so many people who are actually creatives themselves now working on the tools to create for our community. So if you're just joining in the chat, we are live on Adobe Live YouTube, Creative Cloud YouTube, and Behance. So if you have any questions for Anton or about OFF in general or Adobe, go ahead and post them in the chat and we can answer them live. I'll go ahead and take a look here now too. So I see Sean joining us. Nice to see you, Sean. Nikos from Athens, welcome, and Alexandru in England. And Serena, here with the Dutch rain. So we'll try to bring some sunshine through the live stream there for you.
Yeah, sorry for the rain. And if you have any feedback, questions, complaints, whatever it is, let us know.
Absolutely. That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah,
we're here live to hear your feedback. And, we do have this ongoing. So we're here at OFF, but we do stream regularly on our YouTube channels. And then we also have Discord where you can provide feedback within ongoing Hangouts. So with that, let's go ahead and dive in. So tell me, what's new with Premiere Pro? What have you been working on? Yeah,
so there's some exciting stuff going on in Premiere Pro. There's also some stuff that's kind of just quality of life stuff. So it doesn't look as exciting as like a Firefly generation, for example, but it makes life so much easier for our pros who use Premiere Pro every day to edit their videos. And yeah, we can go right in. I'm sure most of you who use Premiere Pro regularly know speech to text. It's been here for a couple of years. We then, a year ago, added the text-based editing element of it. So you bring in an interview, a vlog, a tutorial, anything where there's a lot of speech, like people talk a lot. And then if you ever edited in a long interview, it takes forever to kind of watch it again, and then, I think at minute 10:51, someone said something, then I'm placing 100 markers, and that's just not a good workflow. It takes forever. So what you can do, and that part's not new, you can transcribe your whole footage, and you read through it, through everything that was said. So for example, here, I'm going to the source clip. We're just going to have a quick listen.
Right, all around, we're rolling, here we go.
So even the behind the camera stuff is being captured.
Great. All right, can you introduce yourself and tell us what
And then I know, okay, that's my speaker one. So I could even name them if I want. So I go here, and then we go with the interview.
I wanted to be a soccer star, and my mom ended up tricking me into do track and field so that I could...
We're a little bit cheating. The quality is really bad because of another feature that we'll be showing later. But you can see, even with bad quality audio in this case, because the wrong microphone, we did it on purpose now, but the wrong microphone has been wired up to the camera. And even then, you can see exactly what's going on. So if I zoom in, I see there's every single word. If there's something like a name that's being misspelled, I can go in and easily edit the transcript. So if I want to do a rough cut of this interview, and I know that's maybe it's been a 40-minute session and there's so much content, I just go in, I read through it, and if I was on set, I might remember, there was something about this topic, I can even search for it, and if not, I'm just going through it, and I kind of copy and paste the things I want to see, which makes it so much easier. So I tried it myself when we just brought it out, And I think I did a 20-minute interview, and I did a rough cut in maybe 2 minutes.
Wow.
Just
that's
because of like
record time.
reading through it and saying, okay, I this, like I see, okay, the third take was good because all the others just ended mid-sentence. It's saving so much time because otherwise you would need to watch the whole thing and you wouldn't know what will come. So if you see that like in half a minute it's breaking up anyway and restarting, you just immediately switch to the other thing. Now what's new is we display pauses and filler words in the spoken language. We call filler words anything like whatever, in whatever language. And you would see them showing up here as filler. It might be hard to see because it's gray on gray, but we have a filler here, we have a pause here, and for example, and I hope it's not too loud, if I play this back here, oops.
Oh, there we go. And how would you identify that before? You would have to actually go through all the footage and then select that.
Exactly, yeah. There's no way to know where it works well. So for example, now she says,
Actually, at 6 a.m., go and do my sprints.
she says, and that's exactly where it sees the filler word. So what I could do is I could just go in, select all of them and just delete them. If it's like a YouTube, TikTok style, I don't mind the rough, kind of the hard cuts. I could just get rid of them. Or I kind of could see, okay, like in the first take I have 10 fillers. In the second take it's much better. So here, if I want to control that, I can open up the settings panel. I can say, okay, I want to see the filler words. And you even see like in the background it's changing live. I want to see the filler words. Maybe I don't want to see them because I don't want to be kind of distracted from the content. I can display pauses or not. So if you look at the 3 dots, they will disappear and come back again. And for my personal style, if I say, okay, if I have somebody who makes a lot of pauses for like dramatic purposes, I want a pause only to be displayed like or more than 1 second, I would just go ahead and change the slider to 1 second. And then you could see, if I change that in the background, the quicker I go, obviously, the more pauses it's capturing. So this is a huge time saver for anyone who works with a lot of spoken text.
Absolutely. It's amazing how it can identify it in seconds just to be able to go through and then delete all those filler words. I noticed you mentioned a bit about the quality of the sound, and I've seen some things in the chat. So what happens then if you maybe brought the wrong microphone, or it looks like they're filming in the middle of a city and have all that background noise? Is there anything we can do to solve that a little bit?
Yeah, we can. We actually can. So you might have seen in a tool called Adobe Podcast, where we first introduced enhanced speech. We recently brought it into Premiere Pro, and it's pretty magical.
Yeah.
We can try it out with another, like that's the same kind of interview. That's now the coach speaking, and let's give it a listen.
For Janae in particular, man, today is Tuesday, so we'll start her out on an 800 warm-up.
So no chance of getting anything.
Hard to save.
I can go in. That's, by the way, the Premiere Pro beta, and you already see that it's been automatically tagged as dialogue. So it has this little dialogue icon next to it. If I hit that, I'm ending up in the essential sound panel, where I can make all the things I could always do. But now I have enhanced speech, and I'm just gonna enable.
It's like the magic button.
And it's the pleasure of being live. It's I actually updated the beta overnight, and I didn't download I don't know if you're actually online.
I believe we are.
Yeah.
Well, as that's loading, I'm going to go ahead and check out the chat. So if you have any questions for Anton or about what we just demoed in terms of identifying filler words within the text, go ahead and post them in here. So I see Janine joining from Vienna. Welcome, Janine. Nice to see you. And I have Olga, who's joining as well. We'll see you tomorrow. And then we have a couple other folks joining in. So again, if you have any questions for Anton or about Premiere Pro and some of our new AI features, we can go ahead and get to those soon. And then if you're also on social media channels, we are posting some behind the scenes with our creatives on Adobe Live Instagram, so be sure to follow us on there, in addition to Discord. And I know my colleague Tim is joining us in the chat from Munich, so he'll go ahead and post our Discord channels in there too, so we can continue the conversation. And we do offer Discord Hangouts specifically for video in both English and German. So wherever you're joining in from, you're able to connect with the team, like with folks like Anton, on a regular basis. And with that, I think, Anton, we can go ahead and share your screen and dive right in.
It doesn't look like we're connected
Oh, to the
internet.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So the reason why it happens is the thing isn't online, so it doesn't send your audio to the cloud.
Should we connect? There we go. The joy of live.
Yeah, and I don't even have the right Wi-Fi set up. But anyway, like, you can try it out yourself. And there's lots of videos
here we
also
have
where
it.
you see it in action.
Yeah. So
Um,
as we're connecting that, we can try to put it in.
Or
live.
maybe we skip it, and then
Perfect.
you can test it out in your own time. It's working. It doesn't upload your stuff to the cloud. It just once ever it needs to download the machine learning model, and that's what's happening here. Like, we are not online, so it can't download the model. The reason for that is we don't want the app to be huge every time.
Right.
For example, it's also a good example is if you use Lightroom on your phone. For the first time ever, it needs to download the machine learning models for everything you want to use. But if you don't use it, it doesn't need to download it. So that's why this is happening. What you would do, you would just go in, you mark the clip, you hit Enhance, and then it gives you a control of how much enhancement you want to have versus the original clip, and then it really works well on spoken language. You need to trust me for now. Sorry for the
I've
internet
seen
issues.
it too.
It really works well.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't for you, like, for example, we got some feedback on like very specific accents, for example, like some southern German accents where it didn't really work that well. If you're running in a case like this, then please let us know. Give us feedback. If you're in the beta, you can always give us feedback with this like little speech bubble below.
Perfect.
So let us know, and then we can improve the tools with each and every update.
Absolutely, and I know that's one thing that Adobe's been focused on so much this year and last year is incorporating artificial intelligence into all of our products across Creative Cloud. So we're continuing to iterate, and it's just getting better and better. So if you have feedback, as Anton mentioned, we want to hear from you. We want to chat with you, understand what's working, what's not working, so we can continue to improve. But that's one of the things I love about working at Adobe is that we're always connected to the community.
Exactly, and we
that
do,
feedback.
I can guarantee you, we do listen to each and every piece of feedback. We read every single comment. If, in the unlikely case of anything crashing and you send us a crash report, a human being is looking into each and every crash report as well. So that's really something that works. We do need your feedback, so if anything goes wrong, please, please, please let us know. We have some other like smaller features, but these are the things I mentioned at the beginning that kind of improve quality of life of everyday video editors. What you can try in the current Premiere Pro beta is, it's a tiny thing. You might not even notice it when you open it up, but we brought the transition handles over from Audition into Premiere Pro. So now instead of needing to go to the effects panel and dragging a transition onto your clip, you can just pull it here and add a transition for the audio. You can do all kinds of shapes, so I can do different types of transitions. I can do crossfades as well. And that's just a very intuitive way of saying, hey, I want this to fade in, done. I want this to fade out, done. And it took me like 2 seconds, and before it was maybe 5, 6, 7 clicks. So that's one of the small things we added because of the feedback of all of you who said, hey, if you have it in Audition, we should have it in Premiere Pro too, and that's exactly what happened. Another thing is, what I just mentioned earlier, is that we now have these little clip badges, so you can go to the different audio settings quicker. If I'm, for example, in the big, like it's a big rough cut sequence, I have some dialogue. I see the dialogue icon over here. I have some sound effects, like the little explosion icon. And for music, the same. So it automatically gets and detects what kind of sound it is, and then it brings you to the settings in one click. So if I hit this piece of dialogue here, I now already have it open, but let's go to color first. I hit the badge, and then I'm in Essential Sound and can do all my sound edits.
Wow.
All right, some smaller things. Also with the latest release in March, we made speech-to-text, so the transcription engine in Premiere Pro, 15% faster because it's now running on the GPU instead of just the CPU. All the transcription, I think I haven't mentioned this in the beginning, is running on your device, so you can be on a train, on a plane, or wherever internet's not great, and you can do all your transcriptions. Same, by the way, you once need to download the model, but then it's all working offline.
That's perfect. And I know all of these, although they're smaller updates, it saves so much time. As you mentioned, you would be spending hours perhaps scrubbing through content and making sure that you're making those little edits, whereas Adobe helps, Premiere Pro helps you to select that automatically.
Right. Another really, it's less a time saver, it's more a nerve and brain saver. A few years ago, we had different color settings in different places in the app, and we added to these settings because of the amount of different kinds of footage and so on in the industry. And then it got really hard to find the right setting at the right place. So now we bundled all of them. If you go to Lumetri Color, we bundled all of them in the Settings tab. Let me actually zoom in again. And these are not necessarily new buttons and new features. They're just now in one place, so it gets easier for you to navigate through them. A huge thing that you definitely should do is enable the display color management. You won't see anything now because of the way the screen's mirrored, but if you're working on a calibrated display, which if you do color is really recommended, then you will see that then the app's talking to the display and is making sure the colors in all the pipeline from the footage up to all the internal stuff in the computer to the display is all being visualized in the right way. You can do project-wide settings, like how to display HDR graphics, for example. You can do what's really helpful. You can enable and disable the auto-detection of log video. So, for example, this clip was shot in log color, in log color, not color space, in log color. So if I now hit the auto-detect, it's doing all the correction of the log to Rec 709 automatically. Back then, in former times, you would need to go to, like, if it's a red camera, you would go to red. If it's an RE camera, you go to RE, download the right LUT, apply it, and it's just a huge amount of work and time. So now you just hit the auto-detect log video color space.
Oh, wow,
it's
it
doing
just
it for you.
immediately does it automatically.
Exactly. And it's always then detecting an auto-tone mapping, which is the last one. It gives you a warning because it doesn't want to screw everything up. In this case, we do it on purpose. If I auto-tone map the media and I auto-detect the log color space, then everything is in my color space, which in this case is Rec 709, which is the kind of basic broadcast standard. And then I know that all the colors, no matter if it's a logged video or here it's something from a DJI drone, it's all being displayed in the right way, and I don't need to overcorrect everything in color grading. So just save some time to make sure that the colors are really how they were intended to be as you were shooting. And the last thing is for all our friends working on Macs, there is this big thing, like a really nerdy thing between the different types of viewer gamma.
Okay.
It's kind of how the gamma space is working on the viewing side of things. And what would happen back then is you would work in 2.4, which is the broadcast standard, and then you would export and you would play it back in the QuickTime player on Mac, and the colors would look different, or basically the contrast would look differently because of the way that QuickTime is working differently on the gamma side than most other things. And people have been complaining about this a lot, and I totally understand them because they're not getting what they saw while editing, and then their client might be on a Mac as well. They open it up in QuickTime. It's a big, big, big discussion, and like, why doesn't my footage look the way it looked on my screen, which is a total fair question.
Fair.
So for the specific Mac workflow, you can change the viewer gamma of Premiere Pro from 2.4 to 1.96, and I'm
Oh,
just
so you can
zooming
see exactly
out
how it
a
would
little
look.
bit.
Yeah.
Exactly. So 2.4 looks like this. 1.96
Would
looks
look
like
like
that.
that.
And then
Interesting.
I could basically do my color grading on this viewer gamma. It wouldn't help the non-Mac world. Like the non-Mac world would then get the wrong image, basically. But in a pure Mac workflow, it'll look right. So for anyone having this problem, it's not a solution because viewer gamma in these different apps is something we can't control. But now in Premiere Pro, you at least have the option to view both settings, so you
Yeah.
don't get any angry clients, angry calls from your clients working on Mac.
So you can make sure you know exactly what it's going to look like when that client
Exactly.
opens it. That's really helpful. And I'm looking in the chat too to see if there are any questions. So I see Daryl's joining us. Hi, Daryl. And Olga had a question about, so this was the feature that we were about to demo, is how to remove the noise and clean the audio. So if you could just show maybe like where you can do that, and then I know my colleague Tim is in the chat. He can post the demo video and then how exactly to access that, Olga, if you have any specific questions. But we're curious to see how it works for you, and if you have any feedback, feel free to provide that to us.
Exactly. So you would go to a clip. An enhanced speech, like the name suggests, only works on spoken stuff. So it's not something you can kind of denoise music or denoise ambience. It's really especially made for speech. So you would select a clip with speech, hit the little icon, but you can also go directly to essential sound, doesn't really make a difference. And then on enhanced speech, probably closed first. You can open the tab, and then there's only one button, which makes it pretty convenient. That's the enhance button. As we saw earlier, like now it's trying to download the model, but on your machine it'll happen once and then you're good. And that's it. It'll take some seconds to think. It'll make the correction. You can play it back. Depending on how hard you want the effect to be, you can do a little mix down here with the sliders, and that's it. And then the speech sounds way better. It's basically behind the scenes rebuilding all the spoken stuff by learning first how speech works in kind of different languages, in different accents, everything. So it's rebuilding the spoken stuff. It's not changing anything. It's not changing the words, and you can't change the words for very good reasons. But it's rebuilding the speech, so all the noise. It's basically not removing the noise. It's just rebuilding the speech without the noise. And then it really sounds like it's been recorded in a professional studio, which is pretty amazing.
It is amazing, really, to see after, no matter what kind of microphone you use or where you're filming, it's incredible to see how it can clean that up, so you don't need to go for a second shoot after that.
Exactly. For anything that's not speech, you can still, in Essential Sound, go to different presets. You can do repair, you can do clarity. So that has some denoising features as well for sound. But for speech specifically now, I would always use enhanced speech first. Tone it down a little bit so it's not too tough. But then, yeah, you will hear the difference, and it's really working well.
Great. Well, thank you, Anton, so much for demoing this for us today. And anything that you're looking forward to at OFFF coming up in the next couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good talks still happening. There's so many masterclasses. I would be at the booth all day at our Ask the Experts table, answering questions, showing the product. So if you're at OFFF and listening, come by. And if not, then, as we already said, use all the different channels we have for feedback. There's also so many community events happening in different countries. So whatever you can and want to connect with us, feel free, and we'll be super happy to meet you.
Perfect. And I know we'll also have some behind the scenes at the Adobe booth tomorrow on Instagram. So if you are on Instagram, be sure to follow us at Adobe Live. We'll be interviewing, showing some of the activations, and then some of the other artists that have stands around the OFF Festival. So thank you again, Anton, for joining us today. It was a pleasure. And we have some more comments in the chat. Be sure to stay tuned. We're wrapping up this session. But next up will be my colleague Melanie interviewing some more creatives throughout the rest of the day. So be sure to stay tuned. We will be live until 6 p.m. local time, covering all of the amazing creatives at OFF Festival. Thanks, everyone.
See you then.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe live from Barcelona. I'm Melanie. I will have the next 2 hours with you and some lovely guests and portfolio reviews. Really excited to see everyone online, but also here in Barcelona. We have a live audience here, which is always cool to see, get some feedback and reactions. Hi to everyone in the chat. Paul, good to see you. Adriano, Joshua, Sam, cool to have you around. Our first guest today is Julien Vallée. Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thanks for having me.
Anytime. How's OFF been so far for you?
Really great. I mean, OFF is always like the most exciting conference we've been to. It's like always exciting to see the process of everybody else and get back home, taking bits of it with us and trying to implement that in our process as well. So fantastic, yeah.
That's good to hear, because it's always a very exciting journey, I would say, to Barcelona. You meet so many people, get so much input and inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Did you travel alone today?
I didn't, but there was there was a scheduled meeting that we couldn't postpone. So obviously, the fun of being here, but also the fun of working. So yeah, have to combine. So I represent Ev, my partner. Shout out to Ev.
It's good still to have you and anyone else have a look at the studio because the two of you do amazing work.
Thank you.
I have to admit, I'm a huge fan of your work since I think about maybe 10 plus years already.
Wow, okay, yeah.
I'm not sure if you remember, you probably do, because it's one of the works I remember the most. You had this basketball thingy with the confetti.
Yeah, so that was actually for OFF. It was our first experience with OFF 2010 in Paris. We did the sponsor title. It was a thing at the beginning of OFF. We shot some balls going through. It was also transforming into a watermelon or something like that. Yeah.
It was so cool. Is it still online somewhere?
Probably deep down the Vimeo account. Yeah, maybe you can find it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the challenge for the audience at home online. Have a look if you find the video with the basketball that turns into confetti or watermelons.
Yeah.
It's worth having a look. And I love the song to it. It was just perfect.
Yeah, that was a friend of ours, actually. Yeah.
That's how I first got to know your work.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, it was quite the beginning, too. It's like the merge into, or the transition between, papercraft and art installation towards, more video production. The time where Canon just released their 5D so that every photographer could now film with very limited budget. We're part of this era. Yeah.
You call it part of this area. It's in the past because things have changed a lot.
A bit, yeah.
The papercraft is in the past. What's happening now? What's currently on your plate?
A lot of directing work, actually. A lot of commercial, still in these visual universe. Very crafted and curated visually for commercial music video and some personal stuff as well, dance short films and stuff like that we like a lot. Yeah.
I like the project to combine where you combine film, video, and music a
Yeah.
lot. It's
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think one
totally.
of my favorite works of yours
Ah,
currently.
thanks. Yeah. Hey, we're going to release one video at the end of this month for OFF, actually. It's called the OFF movie. I'm not going to tell you much more about it, but it involves dance and a lot of like visual effects. So yeah, looking forward to release that.
Something to stay tuned, a proper cliffhanger
Yeah,
now, right?
yeah, exactly.
We've talked a lot about your work. Should we have a look?
Ah, yeah, why not?
Because you brought a couple of projects, and I think, yeah, it's worth to have a look.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we can maybe start like I got 3 projects to break down, and not just the finals, because like the kind of thing you can find online. So
Yeah.
I guess the first one is the latest project we released for Coach New York. Coach is a luxury brand based in New York. But it was like a special campaign for them because they were targeting like a new audience, so going more towards like the Gen Z audience, you know, the kind of people that live their digital life along with like the real life, like we learn to do, but like they're born into this era, I guess. So it was very interesting because we worked with a virtual influencer to do that called Emma. She's from Japan, which is actually like a body double where they replace the head. And it becomes like this sort of pink hair character that influenced my hair as well. So basically, it's like the story of this character that, you know, it's a journey for a quest for her to become a real person. So she meets like different ambassadors through a campaign that's called Find Your Courage. So it's like the courage to be real, and to do so, she encounters different ambassadors. So we shot with Lil Nas X, who teach her the courage to change the game. Shot with Koki, she's a Japanese actress. Wu Jingyan, she's a Chinese actress. And Lee Young-ji, she's a hip-hop singer, super cool hip-hop singer from Korea. And as you might notice, all the world behind have like these sort of quilted aspect to it. And I'm going to take you to a bit of behind the scene here. So it's a mix, like this campaign is really a mix of like digital and practical because of this idea of like trying to gap the bridge between the digital life and like the real life of this character. So there was a lot of, production was shot like mostly against green, but there's also like some practical aspect to it as well, as you can see in this progress video here. So also there's one thing that you can notice is like there's quilted like everywhere, like on the structure, on plants and on stuff like that, because it's related to the product itself. So like the tabby, they call it, is like a bag that has a lot of quilted puffiness to it. So we shot across Bangkok and LA. This part here was shot in Bangkok. Like parts of it, again, practical, and then enhanced with CGI to just make it a little more surrealistic and I guess like try to play with the idea of like digital and practical at the same time. So maybe I'll play the video.
Yes, let's have a
if
look.
you guys want to.
行き詰まった時は違う視点から考えてみて。
就算未知充满冒险，也要勇往直前。
너의 길을 가는 거야.
so I guess like, from papercraft to this, but still in the very, very visual, I guess, aesthetic, like is something we like doing. So that's one
It's
where...
super cool.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that one.
Thank
wow.
you. Shout out to Marcel Agency as well, who trusted us for that.
Okay, please tell me there's a VR experience where I can play through this world.
Oh, that would be amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe for the next campaign. Yeah, let's talk to Coach about that.
You should, yeah.
I got another project which is like completely on another realm, because like to me, Coach has already this like luxurious, like, pretty aesthetic and all, where Xero, the client, is like an accounting service, so it's not as sexy to start with. So instead of like focusing on what the product does, like to do accounting, which is probably boring for a lot of people, we focus on the people who use the product, right? So we came up with this idea of like 4 different entrepreneurs that run different business, like a guy that has a cake shop, a musician that can play many instruments at the same time, an entrepreneur that can maybe build like an entire area in a matter of seconds, and then we got this popcorn. We call it the popcorn grower because it's like corn grow, but like it becomes like popcorn pretty quickly with like a surreal, I guess, twist. And the approach here is to talk about how when you run like a small business, you obviously have to do your accounting, but you also have to sustain a social media presence. You have to make sure that you run your employees, your business well. So it's about like those entrepreneurs that hate to be called like small business is kind of diminishing like the amount of work that they put into. So yeah, we came up with this film. I'm going to show you right now.
Who are you calling small? You call this small business?
Can small do this?
Small?
Yeah.
But what's next is huge!
Don't call us small. We're self-made.
Yeah, that's it. That's another way of approaching, I guess, a company that does accounting.
It's visually so pleasing.
Yeah, I guess that was like the aim was to, how to make like a brand like that a little more sexy, and that's how we approached it.
Yeah, you did a great job. And also the audience online, I see in the chat that people are, wow, that's a lot of popcorn.
Yeah, it's a lot of popcorn. Yeah, I should have brought some BTS of that, because I can put it online, but like it was really fun. Like we had like massive fans. And just like buckets of popcorn flying all over the crates filled with popcorn. It smelled like cinema, like as soon as you enter the stage. It was pretty interesting. I got one more if we have time.
Yes, do we have time?
Or not.
Yeah, we do have time, and then we actually will hop over to Samir, or Samir will join us, but let's maybe have a look.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course, you brought this project, we have a look.
Okay, let's, I'm gonna rush it through. It's probably a topic that divides a lot of people. So like, it's about AI. Like last year, we really delved into or dived into these new kind of storms of like tools that were brought up. Just to realize that the process was kind of very handcrafted as well. If you approach it into a kind of a regular like film approach, where you shoot some stuff. And in our case, we use like past work to just give it like a sort of flavor, so that there would be like a continuity in the color palette or texture that that we use in our work in general. Yeah. So just to give it like the flavor that looked like us, and we just realized how much like we could do so much with like lo-fi element, shooting hands with our phone, and then just like create those tableaux where it doesn't require like a lot of money in terms of production. And the result was quite interesting, at least for us. Like shooting our kid, just like comp it very roughly, but then run it through a system that would give it like this sort of interesting texture. So there's a lot of like very interesting tools out there that I feel like it's a good moment in time right now because everything is almost free or very cheap to explore with. So yeah, I'd say like it's a very good time for people to experiment with these. And this short film, I'm skipping through because I don't want to run out of time, but this short film was really a way for us to, approach these new tools and just like own it in a way that feels right in our process. So we did this short clip. It's a minute long, and then I'm going to play it and shut up.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Ready. Used to hold myself back. My self-esteem been patted. Got to keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed in heaven. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got to how to fix that. I don't really hold out the books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities that never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to prove something. Big software worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work, sweat, and tears breaking. Even no wins. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice. I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank
it's
you.
Really nice.
Thank
you
you.
have to stay. I saw you wanted to close the computer already. You have to stick around a little longer.
Okay, yeah.
But
Let's stick around.
it's so cool, and you're showing this at the very end. I have so
Yeah.
many more questions now, but we have
Yeah.
to invite Samir over. Hi, Samir.
Yes, come,
Please
Samir.
join us. I think I might have to ask you questions later on.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hi, Samir. Good to have you
Hi.
here.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about yourself and what do you do?
I'm a motion art director. I'm French, as you listen, my French accent. So I'm working as a motion art director, so motion designer and director, so motion art director that combine everything in France. In France, agencies since too long time, since more than 15 years, and now I'm freelancer. So I'm working on motion design, on direction, on adverts, and everything, and can make moving things.
That sounds exciting. Should we have a look at your portfolio?
Yeah. If I have time, I have 3 projects I can show you.
Let's start with your favorite one.
The first one, it's a classic one, but I love the context of the creation of this one. It's for a brand called Foodvisor. Foodvisor, it's a startup, and the context is a brand launch. So they need to launch the brand, to launch the new logo. All the identity was created by Koto, who was here yesterday here at OFF. And my job is to make a manifesto and to explain all the visual storytelling of the brand. So maybe I have to.
You have to be patient today.
To wait. The job here was to keep the minimal identity created by Koto, and to just make some just minimal and really pixel perfect motion things to present the application, to present the iconography, to present the typography, the words. So the context was really great to be precise and really efficient. So this one, I like it.
Stuart, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
no, that's great. I think like you have like the perfect rhythm. Like motion design is almost like musician, right? You have to make sure that everything comes up on time, that there's lows and high. And I've watched your reel before coming over, and I thought like this was one of your strengths, like the precision and rhythm.
Yeah,
So,
the audio was really important for me. Not visual. I'm really visual. I'm come from photography, so the visual is really important for me. But the audio was the really thing that make the step up the motionography. So
yeah, it's half of the job, right?
Yeah,
like audio is just like half of what.
And sometimes we forgot it. We forgot the sound with on social media it was all is mute. There is no budget for the sound, so the sound is really important for me, and I expect for all creatives in visual way.
Yeah.
So it's really a classic motion design 2D things, and maybe the first I can show you. It's really another thing. Where is it? Okay. Yeah. It's there is no 2D. There is no visual. No motion design here. It's only direction.
Okay.
It's a long way. So I show you just a few extracts, and I call it after.
Directed this.
Yeah, I'm co-directed with the choreographer. The choreography was two French artists called Axel and Julien.
Yeah.
And there was the co-director with me. It's the context is for a museum in France called Musée Pompidou. It's a contemporary art museum, and the context was to create all scenography inside a huge cube with four big screens, and the job is to create visual for audience can be dancers as the professional dancer inside the cube. So the scenography was really interesting, and my job is to create motion design with no visual, only the corpse and the movement of the corpse, the dance. So the visual here, the visual language was the dance. Before, the visual language was typography and the iPhones and Koto styles. Here, the visual my visual language was only human and music and voice and body, the bodies. So it's really interesting for me as a creative to work in two worlds really different. Only 2D with After Effects and inside a huge cube to film it.
But there's a link like in terms of like composition, like choreography, and I mean I think it's really it's way different like in terms of like your day, how your day looks like and how you interact with people versus like the computer. But in terms of like bringing stuff together, choosing the background, like the amount of light, direction, and all, I feel there's like some similarity between like motion design and directing.
Thank you. I hope it. Thank you. The last I want to show you.
So just to give it up, we have about 2 more minutes. So
okay, it's only in one more. It's my last show reel. I just finished it in 3 years ago. I uploaded it just before for the off. Yeah, you can see the 1 hour ago. I want to profit the off to launch my new demo and to watch it. Literally, no one sees it. I just see it once when I hit render, and no one sees it. So
play it before we run out of time.
maybe with sound.
Let's start all over.
Yeah.
A lot of cool
Thank
work
you so much.
in
Can we
there.
get a bit of an applause for Samir's new portfolio? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. It was great to have you
Thank
here.
you so much for the opportunity and to be here with Julien. I see it many years here off. So,
Thank you.
I'm really honored by the opportunity. Thank you.
It was lovely to see you. Let's continue the chat off stage.
Online.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
See you.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you so much, and thanks everyone for watching. You can't be. Hello and welcome back. This is Adobe Live. You're joining us live from OFF in Barcelona. We have lovely guests here. We just saw Julien Vallée, and now we have another great artist here, one I'm very excited about, Rob Draper. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here. Lovely to be here. Lovely to be in the sun.
How has OFF been so far for you?
It's been interesting. This morning we did a workshop. So one of the styles of my work I work in is collage now. We did a workshop called Flintstones Photoshop, which is basically kind of all these kind of crazy amounts of materials and cutting paper and everything. So it was, yeah, it's been brilliant so far. Really brilliant. Watching other people create is amazing.
That's great to hear. And I love the workshop format because people get a glimpse of what you do and can...
Yeah, what I try and do, the most specific thing I say about it is there's absolutely no rules at all. So there's no right, there's no wrong to doing this at all, but I show my process, I talk about my process. My process is almost very much like an analog version of Photoshop. So I break down my process into layers, and I talk about those layers and how to achieve those layers. And then we were very, very lucky this morning. We were supported by Montana and Hand Mixed, who gave us loads and loads of paint and materials, and then we're just like, get on with it.
Oh, it sounds like I definitely missed
Oh, it was
out
brilliant.
on
It was really
something.
good.
Oh,
It was
no.
really, really good. Really good. Everybody got filthy.
Oh, I love that. We should... Okay, next time I'll join, I promise.
Yeah.
Because I had a look at your work, and it's absolutely inspiring, and I'm so impressed you do all your work analog.
I do tend to now, yeah, I do tend to. I still do work digitally as well, but yeah, absolutely. I try and do as much as I can analog now. I just found, over time, I found that there was just this charm that was getting lost, if that makes sense. All these weird and wonderful imperfections that have been lost over time, so I just love working in that way. I'm a graphic designer by trade. I learned many years ago. Yeah. And the more digital accelerates, the more I love this charm of this kind of imperfection. Yeah.
It's really beautiful. And what I love about your work is that you apply it to so many different contexts.
Yeah.
There's the art, but there's also commercial work and different brands and different events. So that's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very, very lucky, very fortunate to have met some wonderful people along the way who seem to like this approach. And so, yeah, I've worked with all sorts of people around the world. So, I'm very, very fortunate.
So you said you switched from pretty much digital back to analog work.
Yeah.
Where do you see your work in a digital space? Because I've seen you experiment with AR, for example.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something you could apply your style? You could apply your style to the digital?
I'd hope so. I mean, I'm always looking. I just think of it like they're just tools. They're just tools. Whether it's Photoshop, whether it's Illustrator, whether it's InDesign, whatever it is, they're just a series of tools in the same way as a pen is, the same way as a cutting mat is. So I just kind of develop a concept, and then it's a case of just trying to find a way of making that concept work with whatever tool is on the table.
Very nice. I think that's the best approach, and that's also how you keep yourself going and inspired.
100%, yeah. I think one of the things that happened with me along the way is I realized, certainly when I started collage, I'd never done it before, so I didn't know if I was doing it right or doing it wrong, and that's one of the best things, because it's quite liberating. And I had all these different materials, so I just thought I'll just try it and see where it goes. And there are loads and loads of mistakes in here that you learn to kind of embrace those and change them and modify them.
Yeah.
And I found that sort of, some of that gets lost by digital work, so it just meant more sense for me to go down this path.
It's lovely that you say there's always there's irregularities.
Yeah, that's fine.
That you're embracing in your work.
Yeah.
I heard so many people struggle with doing hands-on analog work because they're afraid to make mistakes.
Yeah, and absolutely, that was exactly what we had this morning in the workshop, where people are slightly worried because, but the key thing is you can't make mistakes with it. You can erase your mistakes. You can overdo them. You can work within them. But that's almost the charm. So there's no right or no wrong.
Do you have any suggestions of how to start if people don't dare to?
Yeah, 100%. Just go and buy some materials. Just go and buy some materials and try. And exactly the same as the guys this morning. Stuff starts to happen, you're like, okay, that's working, I'm going to do a bit more of that, or that's not working, I won't do that. But just go and buy some materials. And again, it doesn't need to be expensive. It doesn't need to be like, a lot of things I use are very, very cheap, very, very basic. But it's just about communicating a message, a basic message.
That's lovely to hear. I think that's a very good hint for anyone who's around to just give it a try.
Yeah. I think, as I say, there are some wonderful, wonderful digital products out there at the moment, incredible, and they're doing great things. But this is kind of like absolute hands-on craft, making a mess, creating things. It can then go into digital as well. A lot of my work does go into digital, eventually, and a lot of the brand work obviously has to be digital eventually. But so there is a meeting of digital and analog, but I just find there's so much charm in it that I just want to push forward with that.
Absolutely. I think it's the most human way of creating something, to really get hands dirty and just give it a try. For anyone who's joining us online, because we have an audience here, but there are also people joining in online. This is streamed on YouTube, of course.
Cool.
In case you have questions, let me know. That's what we're here for, to get your questions right to you.
Yep.
I have one more, since I just announced it in the chat. I have a question for you.
Sure.
So you are working in the analog way and then transfer it to digital.
Yeah.
How do you make sure you're on the right path? You have tons of experience, of course.
Yes.
But when do you know that you're going into the right direction?
You never do.
You never do?
No. You'd like to think you do. I think there's the key message, just keeping on.
Yeah.
You just keep on. You just keep creating things. You keep creating things. And hopefully along that path, somebody wants to pay for that, whether that be a brand or whether that be selling artwork, but you just keep on. There's no, throughout this whole process, there was never an absolute end goal. It was just a case of keeping on and seeing what happens along the way. But creating work creates more things happening. So it was just, that was the principle, just carry on.
Oh, that's such a good tip. It's really impressive that you keep doing what you do.
Yeah.
And you feel so relaxed about it. I think that's really inspiring. At least it looks like that.
It's that. I think over time you become more comfortable with it, and it's just, there is a complete joy in experimenting that I just love. I've never lost that curiosity of experimenting. I've never lost that curiosity of just trying things. I'm lucky I've got a space that I can try things, and then I'm lucky that along the way some clients have come along and like me experimenting too. But I've never lost that, just that initial charm of experimenting and creating.
That's great to hear. Whenever I'm looking into this direction, I'm having a look at the chat, and you get lots of compliments for the work you do, for the collages you do, and the details you incorporate in those.
Thank you.
Should we maybe have a look at Miguel's portfolio, because what we're here for today is first of all the interview, but of course also the portfolio reviews. Hi Miguel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Nice to meet you.
It's lovely to have you both here. And the interesting part about this portfolio review today is you have very different styles and ways of working.
Yes.
Analog one, very digital one. Let's have a look at your work, but tell us a bit about yourself first.
Okay, yes, I am a graphic designer, multidisciplinary graphic designer, and also a digital product design. Mostly my work is about the conceptualization. Is my core business, and also to bring this concept to brands, digital products, and also motion languages. I think the language is the most important for me, and it could be visual, could be verbal, or could be in motion design. This is one of my portfolio. When I listen to you about the imperfection, I love the imperfection. I think it's really good to bring this at the portfolio. If you want, I can show you something.
Yes, that's what we're here for.
Yes,
Please show
for
us the project.
example, the first part is this project that I work as freelancer. I am working in Deuchler, a digital company, but also I'm making freelance work as brand designer because I have these two minds. And this is my first project, is Golf Set, that is a family golf academy in Madrid that after 10 years have to talk about to embrace the imperfection for the student. That mostly the students think that is so difficult, this sport. This is a gate to prove this project. Under the framework, the field without gates, we created these languages with empathy. This is how it looks with ovals in front of circles. That circle is we saw as perfection, no? And this is like embrace the imperfection, enjoy learning. This is the color, the full palette, the t-shirts and merchandising with the core concept, with this hearthstone, also emotional languages about the layout, no, so dynamic, and this also the icon that is like moving, no, like an italic icon, and the treatment, no, of the photographic, and this is some example of the poster. You see also the icons, the social media post, and well, this is about branding. This is also another example about Metro Madrid, that is underground in Madrid, that is her centenary. This is also a work that the conceptualization is to bring your based on the golden ratio, to unify the past, present, and future. This is what we celebrate after 100 years. This is the two zeros are connected, like not like I want to be here and then go there. It's more emotional. It's like I want to meet somebody, to take a drinks, to be with my family, and try to connect that in the middle of this line are the people. As you can see here, I am part of this movement. Also, like if you are in the underground, you can listen some playlist, Spotify playlist, and if you are, for example, in Chueca in Madrid, you are listening the 80s, and you can, with the QR code, you can listen some of them. And this also the un metro de ti, metro is like a meter, and it's so near.
It's a lovely concept. Where do you? So, do you have a question for Rob? Actually, because I didn't want to interrupt.
Sorry, no problem. Sorry, I go.
I have tons of questions.
No problem. Yes, yes. I have some question about the approach of the brand and how you work also with brands, because your approach is like in art, no? It's like art.
Yeah, it tends to be, because I've got a conventional graphic design background, I tend to work almost like a conventional graphic designer is. So I take the brief, I then present a series of styles to that client. Then from that point, they either choose one of those approaches or they amend it. And then we just go through that process again and again and again until we end up with the final piece. So I generally present in PDF form. So what I do is come up with a composite in Photoshop and send it across there. And I try and get it as close as possible, so towards the end there's no sort of surprises for the clients. They know exactly what they're getting and how long it's going to take and everything. But yeah, I tend to work exactly just like a designer, where I come up with 3 or 4 loose concepts, and then from there we refine those further and further and further until we've got the solution.
Ah, nice, nice. I have also a question about the intuitive. I think your work is so intuitive and so creative. How do you find this intuition to bring the concept, to mix some part, no, like with treatment that's gold, painting?
I think what happens is, over time, through experimenting, you get like this bag of tools. So whether that's Photoshop, whether that's gold leaf, whether that's ink, whether that's pens, whatever it is, you get this bag of tools, and then every job you try, you see which tools you're going to use, and you can use a bit of that, and a bit of that, and a bit of that, and you just, I say, over time, just through experimenting and through process, you just generate more and more tools, and then it becomes more straightforward. And I think what helps as well is, because I'm a big believer in doing personal work, so doing personal work that hasn't got a client to it at all, what's brilliant is that clients then use that as like a scrapbook almost, so they'll come back to me and they'll say, oh, I want it to look a bit like that, and a bit like that, and a bit like that. So the more personal work you generate, it's been critical for me in terms of clients choosing their direction. And it makes it much more straightforward, because it cuts out the process of knowing what they want, if that makes sense. They'll say, oh, I want it to be a bit like that and a bit like that, and it just makes perfect sense.
Nice.
It's actually good you mentioned that, because it's one of the input I hear most often, that personal work can lead to client work.
100%, yeah.
And it's so helpful to have examples to...
It's the only thing that's ever worked for me. It's the only thing I can say is guaranteed has worked for me, is just through doing personal work. Through the start of this, I mean, speaking tomorrow, but part of my story is I lost my job, and as a result of that, kind of had to completely retrain. That's how I started drawing on coffee cups, and how they became kind of like, that launched my first wave of my career, and that was just through complete personal work. So personal work is like, yeah, it's one of the most, if you took nothing else from me, it would be that personal work is really, really useful.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that input. Should we have a look at another of your projects, or did you want to stick to those?
Yes, I can show you another one. For example, some digital project like I have here. Okay. This, for example, for Movistar Plus, this is a VOD digital product, and when you have to do a product, you have to work on a system, on a digital system or a visual with the color are accessible. We have some trouble or some code that is so important, like the type, the color, and also the typography hierarchy. And these some examples have to be useful to find what you want to watch. Also, you have to think about mini devices. It's so different the time when you are in the sofa looking at your phone, and when you are watching television is with different situations. You have to have the empathy to know about that. And this is some example in television, icon design, and also the layout. This is some example about digital. Yes.
Very nice. It's good to see that you have so many sites of, or pretty much different, skills, because before we've seen something that's very focused on branding, now you show some interface design.
Yes, I think it's some common points. For example, the conceptualization. If you have a brand that is so energetic or so powerful, you have to make the same concept for a digital experience that brings this powerful, this transition, also the colors, that is the obvious, but also with the experience, the transition I said before, or the motion design. I think it's like to make the consistency in all of these, also the offline, no, is the best way, I think.
Do you actually have a tip for anyone who's currently creating a portfolio? What's the one go-to point everyone should think about?
Try and find whatever it is, but try and find your point of difference. I think firstly to ask what you want, the job you want to get from that portfolio.
Yeah.
So, do you do the most wackiest, craziest thing in the world because you want wacky, crazy jobs? Or do you do something that's more structured because you want more structured jobs? But absolutely to try and find the thing that makes you a tiny bit different, whatever that is, because hopefully that's what attracts a client to you. We've all got something slightly different in us as designers, and finding what your bit is and trying to do as much as you can with that feels like that makes you more employable. That makes you more of an asset to a company.
Sounds absolutely reasonable, but it's also one of the most difficult things to find.
Yeah. I mean,
Takes
it's much easier said than done. But again, through process, through creating work, through just literally sort of creating and loving the work you do, hopefully that starts to appear at some point. I can only talk about, I can only talk about my experiences and what has worked for me. So it doesn't necessarily mean it works for everybody, but I think through working and through creation, you find your point of difference and a way you love working.
Well, that's the only way to do it, right? Just go for it,
so,
create
yeah.
work, and figure out what the way is for everyone. Yeah. It's good to hear. Miguel, do you have any last questions? Otherwise, I think we can wrap this up.
Yes. My question is also how to, you are freelance work, no? Is like doing yourself. How you can have some tips to make your own job, your personal work, as you said before, because I am in between freelance work, also in an agency working, is so crazy. What is your?
I try and fill any gaps that I'm not doing client work with personal work, and that personal work, I say I've got a load of tools, I've got a load of equipment, and I just play and play and play, and hopefully something comes out of there. I then use social media to put those things online, and hopefully that acts as kind of a taster of what I can do for you, and then hopefully the plan is that then clients get in touch and say, I want that. That makes it sound much more straightforward than it is, but that is the plan of just literally finding the things that you enjoy and experimenting with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you both. This has been a great chat, and also the people online. Anyone who's in the chat feels inspired, and he said they're trying to work more analytics now, so you definitely inspired them.
Yes.
We'll continue
sorry, Adobe.
No. Yes, we definitely continue the chat off stage. Thank you both so much for joining.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy off, and see you around.
Yes.
Thanks everyone for joining online. Please stick around, there's more to come. Stefan Sagmeister is on his way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back. This is Adobe Live from OFFF Barcelona. We're doing another round of interviews and portfolio reviews. And Stefan, it's lovely to have you here today.
Thank you, Melanie. I'm very glad to be here.
It's super fun for me to be here today, and it's quite an honor because I think the last time I saw you on stage was about a decade ago. And I can't believe it took us another, almost 10 years to now meet here in an interview. And as you see, I'm a little nervous, to be honest.
Well, I hope that we'll get into it and that I'm not nervous making in the long term. But yes, in general, I, of course, been talking on stages for quite a while now. I think I've been a designer for 40 years. Maybe even 45 if you count the first printed things. So, and I think it's my 7th, 8th time in Barcelona at OFFF, and I've done a good number of other OFFs also around the world.
So it's maybe me who missed out, because you've been on stage and I would have had the options a lot of times. Stefan, I thought about how to introduce you, because Stefan Sagmeister is a name pretty much anyone knows in the design world. But how would you describe yourself? Would you still call yourself a designer?
Yes, oh, very much so. Yeah. I think that I at one time, maybe 7, 8 years ago, dropped the description graphic from designer, because in the meantime we've done anything from a full-length film to furniture to things that hang on the wall and are really shown in galleries. So I think that the proper description and the easiest and simplest one would just be designer.
That's very nice. Would you consider calling yourself an artist at some point?
I would not. For many reasons. I think that I really had all my education was in design. I very much worked in design companies with the strategies and the directions of design. And even though in the last 5 years, most of the work that we did in the studio was really exhibited in museums, sometimes in galleries that are clear art galleries, but even there, we insist on it being described as design works, because that's where I come from. I don't want to hide it. And maybe also a little bit out of self-preservation, because there is a history in graphic design where very, very good designers, once they sort of hit their 50s, are becoming pissed off at their clients, and then they historically do very bad art. And I wanted to basically not continue in that historic development. So, but I also think it makes a difference, because all my life I did design, and the stuff that we do that's exhibited now in museums really is design work, also because there is a functionality to it. And that really differentiates it in some ways of being art. And at the same time, for me as a viewer, as a consumer of other people's work, I don't give a shit. You know, like basically, it doesn't really matter to me if it's done by a designer or an artist. Then it just matters, does it touch me or does it not? Yeah.
That's a very good explanation, because it's a question many people have in their career. At some point, do they move to the arts or do they stick to design? You mentioned that whatever you see, visuals have to drive you emotionally. How would you pinpoint the factors that drive emotion? If you can. I'm now asking you this because I think you have a very witty answer to that.
Well, I still believe that out of all of the arts, music is probably stronger emotionally than the visuals are, or at least if I look at my own situation, my mood can really change by listening to a piece of music properly, probably more quickly and readily than by me just looking at a still image. At the same time, I think that there are certain aspects of things that touch me, that have to do with my own history. Does it remind me of something that from my past. In my case, I can also be moved emotionally by awe, like maybe by a skill that it took for that person to create that piece. Sometimes it's an openness, so basically that the person who created it leaves the piece open enough for me to have a room in it. You know, much work that is done in graphic design, by definition, needs to be very clear and very distinct, and basically, you know, I don't know, you buy this now as a conclusion. While I think work that touches me allows me to put my own story in there. So those will be about three things that are important to me.
It's three things that sound so reasonable, but there are also huge challenges when designing, because you also have the question of, for example, the last thing you mentioned is how much space do you give for interpretation?
Well, I think that's very much dependent on the context that you're showing it. You know, let's say if I'm designing a piece that I know is going to hang on a wall in a gallery, where I can count that if the piece is visually created in a way that somebody might pause, then I can also count on somebody on that piece having a much bigger chance of actually being interpreted with the viewer projecting herself into it, than if I design, I don't know, like an ad for a magazine that's very much likely to be pushed over. And I find, I mean, a lot of the work that does hang in museums doesn't really consider the viewer at all. Some does and some doesn't. I mean, there is lots and lots of work hanging at MoMA that leaves the average MoMA visitor completely cold and ultimately doesn't communicate anything to that viewer. And I know that many viewers go out of a museum kind of feeling stupid because they sort of sense that there is something going on, but clearly nothing is told to them. And I think that that's one of the differences, because me coming from design, the studio automatically is thinking about the viewer, because this is how we were educated, this is what we do all the time. So I think we also have a different approach to that. That some people in the art world would think is completely wrong, and some people think is correct.
Yeah, but this means probably that we also have to rethink the way we show our work. It's not the work, the artwork itself or the design itself, but also how it's presented in various spaces and contexts.
I mean, for sure that the context is unbelievably important. I talked to a scientist once at the University of California who is a psychologist concentrating on aesthetics. And he basically had a wonderful little rule of thumb. Like he thought that we find those things beautiful or touching or interesting that we already know, plus a certain amount of newness. Because if it's just stuff that we know, it's not interesting to us. And that amount of newness is very much depending on how safe we feel. If we feel very safe, we want a large portion of newness. If we feel kind of anxious, we want a tiny portion of newness. And then it depends on which context we're seeing it. And I immediately believe that, because that's exactly my experience with clients. If their business is going well, they're really willing to take risks. If the business is going crappy, they really want to do what worked 5 years ago.
Absolutely. I think that's something most of us experienced already, because it holds us back or it pushes us forward if the client is also open to dive into the process with us. So you mentioned the context is important, and also I have to say I love your theoretical explanation of what makes people like or dislike artworks. We live in a world where things change rather fast, and technology pushes a lot of this development. We're now here at OFF, we see a lot of artworks coming from an analogous perspective, but also to a very digital space. Where do you think is our place as designers in maybe the upcoming 5 years? Will there be a lot that changes? Do we have to adapt, or is there something we just have to accept and lean back and enjoy the show AI is doing?
The problem is I don't know. I really don't know. And I think this is probably the first time in my 40 years of being a designer. Well, I was never good at predicting the future, but I think now is a particular wild point in our development, because the experts that I look up to, that know much more about AI than I do, are split into groups, into camps of this is going to be fantastic and this is going to be a catastrophe. I myself, being an optimist and looking back at history, would say that by and large we as humans use new developments and new technologies much more towards the good than towards the bad. As in, with the invention of the hammer, more people built a house than killed their neighbors, very, very clearly. But at the same time, I don't think that AI is just a tool. I think it is really more than that. If you've seen the 2 videos posted today that came out of OpenAI, I didn't think much of one, but I thought the other one with the airhead was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And that, or a wonderful designer here in Barcelona yesterday sent me a hymn, a fully composed opera with my name and bio inside. Very, very impressive. And so I really, ultimately, I have to say, I don't quite know. I myself am right now in a little bit of a safe space, because in the past 5 years, almost all of the work that we've done was haptic and lived in a haptic space, as in, we've been transforming these 200-year-old paintings with contemporary inserts, and to the point where a robot could make them, driven by AI. I think we're quite a number of steps away from there, because robotics seem to be so much harder to tackle than digital AI. But, meaning, without any doubt, there is a revolution going on that's going to have a profound impact on many, many, many professions, and without any doubt, design is one of those impacted professions.
I absolutely agree, but I think we're in an interesting space and we have the option to make the most out of it. So
yes,
let's join this weird ride and see what's going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would love to chat with you a lot longer, but we have to look at the portfolio, and I'm very excited about the upcoming one.
Very
because
good.
Anastasia, please join us. Anastasia, your portfolio is great, so let's maybe give a little applause to Anastasia.
Hi, Anastasia.
Hello.
Hi. Should I sit?
Should I sit?
No, please stay. And
okay.
Anastasia, come here.
Okay,
of course. Anastasia Kovac, it's good to have you here.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Please introduce yourself for a second, and then we have a look at your work.
So my name is Anastasia Kovac. I am a 3D designer. I am currently a student at Ringling College in the US. And I came to OFF to meet a lot of great people and get inspired. So, hello. Yeah, I'd love to talk about more of my work. So, a lot of my work is inspired by nature and exploring future technologies and just my surroundings and my experiences that I've had in my life. So one of my most recent projects, it was inspired by a poem by Wendy Cope, and it's about appreciating the everyday moments in life, the sort of mundane and sort of boring moments, having a drink of coffee in the morning or doing your laundry. And I wanted to really romanticize those moments so that, we're romanticizing our lives every day and just appreciating the beauty around us. So I can, it's gonna come up on the screen. Perfect. Okay. Should I play it?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay. Is there audio with this?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
At lunchtime, I bought a huge orange. The size of it made us all laugh. I peeled it and shared it with Robert and Dave. They got quarters, and I had a half. And that orange, it made me so happy. As ordinary things often do just lately. The shopping, a walk in the park. This is peace and contentment. It's new. The rest of the day was quite easy. I did all the jobs on my list and enjoyed them and had some time over. I love you. I'm glad I exist.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was, for the design wise, I mainly wanted to focus on a more flat graphic composition, kind of like an ode to Kubrick a little bit. And so we're just sort of following the story along and focusing on the beauty of the everyday moments. So.
I mean, I think that this is very impressive work. This is beautifully executed. I mean, it looks like it comes from a motion design studio, not from a student. And I know enough about it to know how difficult it is to create all that. I think one thing that I would add is that as you go further, and I know you're about to graduate, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks.
I think as you go further, I would look for surprise in your work. And here, I understand you're really going for the everyday moments. And I think that even in everyday moments, there might be situations where you can choose something that's more known. Let's say like a view of a window where the sun comes in and it's raining outside, which we kind of expect.
Right.
So for me, let's say even the garage door closing was nicer because it's less expected. And I think that as you go on, I would look for those, how else could I show them? Could I show that we haven't quite seen before, that is not part of the usual everyday moment kind of direction.
Something a little more unexpected.
Exactly.
Visually interesting.
But this is great.
For sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Let's see something else.
Okay. So let's see. So this was a slightly shorter project. I was tasked to visualize a quote of my choosing, and I chose the quote by Stephen Hawking. It is, sorry. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious. So I really wanted to emphasize this idea of childhood nostalgia and, again, like the beauty in nature and our surroundings. And so I'll play that for you.
Sweet.
Yeah. I'd love to hear more about sort of how I could push like my compositions to elevate like the story and like visually communicate more like emotion through my work.
Well, Anastasio, in this case, you're a little bit in bad luck because we've actually done typographic animations with soap bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, meaning, of course, we're a big studio and have quite some experience in it. I think that in our case, we made the type also out of the soap bubbles. So we had the whole, it was all animated so that the soap bubbles would swim and then come together and then explode again, which I think makes the typography a bit more interesting. And I think that that's sort of the direction in pushing. I mean, ultimately, you know, with what we had just talked about before with Melanie, ultimately, we like the things that we've already seen, plus a portion of newness. And I think specifically within design, be it still design or motion design, that portion of newness really plays a big role. Because if it's just the stuff that we've seen, we tend to, considering how many things want our attention, we tend to ignore it. Or, you know, if it's online, we scroll through it. So I think that portion of newness really plays a very, very big role. And in this case, yes, I would say see how that typography just can become newer, less expected.
Yeah. And like more like integrated and just
possibly more integrated into things. Yeah. You know, but it's I'm not comparing this. I mean, you're a student. You know, we've worked with Stefan. You know, one of the probably most celebrated motion designers in the world. So it's like I'm not doing that comparison at all. But I think that you're on the right track. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much both for having a look at the portfolio and lovely input. I think that's something you can definitely take with you on your journey in the future.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you both for the chat. It was
been a
lovely to
pleasure.
have you.
Thanks, Melanie.
See you off stage and
Perfect.
enjoy off. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. This is Adobe Live. We're still streaming, and we're still streaming from OFFF Barcelona, which is one of the most lovely festivals you can attend. And in case you're not around, we got you covered because we're streaming live on YouTube. And hi to everyone who's in the chat. It's lovely to see you all. Thank you for tuning in. You're sticking with us now for a couple of hours already, but we have more to come. So this is not the end. And we have the amazing Stuart Langfield here. Good to have you.
Hi, happy to be here.
How's your day been so far?
Busy.
Yeah.
I spent the morning working on the titles and my keynote, so I'm stressing about having it already, but it's been good. It's been good. It's getting there. So
that's quite a last-minute process.
It always is, though. Like I think, and I think everybody who does them ends up making a joke about it. You know, it's like such a big project to take on, and you know, it has such an incredible audience when it plays. So I think it's always a bit of a, you know, you just keep picking away at it and keep tweaking it until, you know, you're literally getting up on stage and showing it. So I think I'm not the only one that's left at this last minute. I think it happens every year. So I'm embracing the kind of the craziness of it and just going with it.
That's good to hear. I think this gives comfort to everyone who is in those last-minute situations.
I mean, it's the same with any project, really, isn't it? Like
Is.
even client stuff is always last-minute.
Absolutely.
Silliness.
It always happens. We try to avoid it, but still, it's.
Yeah.
So, you'll be on stage tomorrow, and I had the chance to dig into your work already. But the audience who's online might not be that deep into what you're doing. Can you give us a little glimpse of what's on your plate currently? How do you describe yourself? Because you're a director, right?
Yeah, so I'm a director, but my background is in design and animation. So I spent, 10, 15 years working in that field before transitioning to live action. So to a degree, I'm still kind of caught between those two worlds. I still do the occasional bit of art direction work and stuff, but generally the bulk of my projects are live action commercial work now. So, TV commercials for various regions, etc. So it's still a bit of a mix, and I think that's why things like the title project fit so well for me, because I get to be a director, but I also still get to do some of that old stuff that I used to do, animating titles and doing random visual effects shots and stuff. So.
But that's what keeps our work exciting, right?
Yeah,
to mix all kinds of different fields and areas.
Like I think when I was a designer animator, I obsessed over becoming a director, and now I'm a director. I'm like, it's kind of boring doing one thing. I want to still occasionally play with other stuff, and I think that's probably the same with a lot of creatives. They're not stuck doing one thing all the time. I think it keeps it more interesting if you can. Keep learning or revisit, previous stuff you've done. So
it's fun you mentioned that, because I think there's somewhere inside of me there's still the assumption that you just professionalize your skills and you push those further. But actually, it's way more fun to mix different things. So
yeah, and I think that's becoming way more common now as well. I think the days of being a specialist, to a degree, I think are kind of disappearing. I think you have more success and more fun if you're able to do different things and not just do the same thing over and over again. So I think it's a good time to be in that position.
Absolutely. You brought your work. Should we have a look at that quickly? Because I'm very excited to see it.
I mean, what do you want to see? Do you want to see the...
How would you prefer it? Because I know you have a bit of a background story to it, which is very exciting for anyone who's joining. Mm-hmm. Or would you like to just show it right away?
I mean, why don't I just pull up my website first, just so you can just get a kind of insight into, some of the stuff I'm doing. So this site in particular is very focused on my directing work now. So a little off teaser thumbnail there. So I have some work for Nike that's upcoming. A bunch of other commercial work, and then things like Space Between Us, We Shall Not Return, which are more of my narrative kind of based projects. So something I always try and do between the commercial work is at least once a year try and do a short film. And it's usually based on just something I'm experiencing or feeling at the time, and I try and just turn that into a film of some kind.
Yeah. I have to admit, I love the visual style you have.
Is it worth just playing one? Do we have time?
Yes, we absolutely. First of all, do have time, and we need to show the audience what you're up to, of course.
So this is a film I made a couple years ago now, called The Space Between Us, and it kind of it tackles our addiction to phones, but it does it in a kind of weird, interesting way, which is kind of my jam, to be honest. So let's just see if this plays. Yeah, I'm going to full screen it.
It's great.
Thanks.
I told you I like the style, but you know, I look at this and it's comforting, and at the same time it's touching me deep inside.
I mean, I think to me that's the best kind of filmmaking is, I think, and some of the stuff I've done the past couple of years has been a bit more hard-hitting, and I think the stuff that excites me is the stuff that can communicate something we're all feeling, but can do it in a way that isn't super depressing and, really just kind of grabs you and tells you something without doing it in a really obvious way. So I think films like this are just kind of part of my evolution. Really, I think Timothy Goodman said it last night on stage. I think you have to make a lot of stuff before you make stuff like yourself. I think with films like that, I'm starting to get there personally. But I don't think you ever get there. I think you always, every time you make a new project, you're like, oh, this is me, this is the thing. And then you make another one, you're like, oh, that one's a piece of shit. No, I love this one.
But I think you did really well. I know we don't know each other for that long, but it's impressive how touching it is. I see it and I feel that you spent so much time and thought on this. And it's really impressive.
Yeah, too much time. Too much thought.
No, come on. But this was one of my questions for you. Would you rather say it's important for you to really communicate important messages like you've seen now, and you have one about, I think, HIV or just diagnosing HIV?
Yeah.
Would you say those topics are currently closer to what you're looking for from a content perspective, the more serious topics?
No, probably not. Like I said, I've spent the past couple of years doing projects like that, especially in advertising. A lot of it's been a bit harder hitting. I'm kind of done with that a little bit.
Yeah.
I think, and like what we said earlier about trying different things, I think if I get stuck doing the same type of work for too long, I get bored. So now I really want to find work that's a bit more exciting, and not quite so serious.
Yeah, it is very serious, but I think it also takes a lot of experience to just nail it like you do.
Yeah.
So it's, as you said, a process, and you have to get there. But once you're there, you're looking for the next thing already.
Once you're there, you're bored, and you want to go into something else. Yeah.
Well, part of the creative process, I guess.
Yeah.
We have about 1 to 2 more minutes.
Should we show the?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Because I think this is the direction you're aiming for, the exciting project, right?
I think so. Yeah. So I just want to show you guys a little sneak peek of the OFF titles, which will screen tomorrow. I don't know if I'm really meant to show this stuff, but I'm going to do it anyway, because why not? So it's a tiny little segment of a kind of larger film, and then I just want to talk through how I built one of the shots real quick.
Yep.
So like I said, a very, very short teaser. So if we have a minute left, I just want to give everyone a little insight into one of the shots that we built for this, which is, there's a lot of kind of roto work in this film and a few other techniques, a bunch of CG and stuff. There's a load of shots that use rotoscoping, which is basically where you remove the background from an image. So I just want to quickly show the process of how we constructed one of these shots. So here we have our original footage. So we had a bunch of takes of our performer kind of doing different movements and stuff. So that's our original take. And then we rotoscope. If I'd thought of this idea before I shot it, I would have shot her in a different environment, but sometimes you don't think of this stuff until after. So really, really rough rotoscope on this, just using rotobrush and a few other things. You know, you can see there's like holes in her shirt and stuff, but it didn't really matter for this particular situation. You know, it was just trying to get through like 2 hours of rotoscoping as quickly as possible. So from there, we then start to layer these up. So, you know, layered them up and then time ramped all of them other than this kind of central figure. So we get this kind of crazy, super wacky shot. And then the next step was to add blur to those shots just to get it feeling a bit more like proper kind of time-lapse stuff. And then the final thing, which is where it all looks magical, is color grade, and it hides all my terrible rotoscope work. So this just makes the image look way more polished.
That's crazy. The tension you create with the composition and the grading is amazing.
Yeah, it looks a lot different once it's been graded, that's for sure. Like, this looks terrible.
Well, as long as you know where it's supposed to go to, I think it's a step in between.
That's always the tricky part of making this stuff, is really trying to remember where it's going to end up and not getting too stressed out and caught up in how terrible it looks at that current stage.
That's really impressive. Thank you so much for showing those behind-the-scenes steps, because, well, that's something most people don't see.
Yeah, and I'll show a couple more tomorrow as well, just how we made some stuff. So.
Which time?
5:25.
Perfect.
I think.
So for anyone who's around, go see that.
You have to come see the main titles.
Absolutely.
It's part of OFF. So yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
What's part of this concept here is that we have a little look at the portfolio together. Should we get to the portfolio
review?
Do it.
Yeah.
Hello, please have a seat here.
Hello, thank you. That was a beautiful shot, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
It's lovely to have you. Would you mind introducing yourself and giving us a bit of a glimpse of what
course.
you're doing?
Let me just wait for my brother here, because we're a duo together.
Hello.
Hi, good to have you. Sorry, I didn't expect only you here.
I understand. Look, we'll make more space. How about this?
Okay, perfect.
Is it good like
Would
this?
you like to sit?
No.
Okay. So we are all flexible here. This is all live.
I'm going to sit because I'm huge. So
We're at the same height at the moment.
We met with Stuart, and it was a bit intimidating because we're 2 meters tall, and we're both very short people.
Yeah.
So we were kind of wondering how that's going to look on camera.
It's a perfect setup, so no worries. But let's get to the point. Who are you?
My name is Serge. This is Sarah, my sister, and we started a creative studio based between Dubai and Beirut less than a year ago. And we saw Adobe advertise the portfolio review. We submitted it, and we heard back from Clara, so we're happy that we're considered. And we're waiting to see what Stuart has to say.
Perfect. What's your creative profession?
So I worked in marketing and advertising most of my life, and Sarah is mainly in copy and journalism.
Such a great combination. And we just opened your portfolio here, or your website.
Yes.
How do we proceed from here? Would you like to show some of your works or talk through it?
Yeah, I mean, Sarah is mainly in copy, so maybe she can tell you more about the story and how we conceptualized closed captions communications, and then I can take you through the projects that we worked on together.
Perfect.
Cool.
It all starts with the name, closed captions communication. So closed captions are what we see on Netflix when we're streaming or watching. We get to understand what the audio be like around the scene is. So we get to see like birds chirping and everything. And so we decided to go for closed captions communications. I mean, it's CCC. It has been quite beneficial and creative when it comes to design and when it comes to coming and going with the emblem of the logo. And it helps us basically go beyond the noise with each brand and each client that we work with. And so we're going to go quickly through it. So the entire theme is a circus theme, just like life is a circus, and we handle and we deal with a lot of different clients and a lot of different fields within the F&B, within technology, with governments. And so it's really one big circus with people who might know branding, people who might just focus on the profit side of having a business. And so we're just trying to be fun, serious, and get everyone who, like, whichever background they come from, fintech or business or the F&B sector, to basically understand what we do, but not be too intimidated by it. And so we are people interested in people. We like to talk to company owners and basically about branding and about design and about copy in a creative way, but while understanding that profit and being visible and being within their market is quite important as well. So we understand the business side. And we also care about companies these days within sustainability. They care about how they're dealing with the business, how they're basically coming up with the design, and whether or not they're using sustainable material with their campaign, and with the restaurants as well. And so, yeah, we're going to get now to some of the work that we've done. We've done a short film, by the way, earlier last year, which we'd love to show you after. We did it all ourselves. Brother-sister duo. We're possibly the first brother-sister duo owned creative studio in the MENA region. We are yet to be proven to be second. And yeah, so some of the work that we've done, we've worked with Paramount on VidCon before. They were the first, it was the first time that they throw a VidCon event in Abu Dhabi in the MENA region. So we helped with that. I was a board member. I was a moderator as well. We helped with their communication and their marketing, everything that was
quite an
digital
extensive
marketing.
experience.
We are very multidisciplinary with everything that we've been doing since ever. We helped another communication studio come up with their own branding, with their logo and their verbal identity. This is some of the things that we do. House of Design is an architect and interior design studio, also based in the MENA region. We helped them. They've been around for 24 years, but they never had a sense of one single identity or one single logo to present themselves to people beyond the MENA region if they want to broaden up to the US or beyond. So we helped them with that and with some web design. Just us two. with a little bit of outsource help, which we've realized a lot of people at OFF are small studio, 2, 3, 4 people who just like to work with other people without them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Stuart, I think this goes into the direction what we talked about before, just having a mix of different media types, mix of skills and directions you go through.
I mean, I think that's a lot more common with like branding studios and stuff, where you need to, you need to be able to handle these different things. But yeah, I think it's a cool mix of work. You know, there's a lot of different stuff in there.
We believe so too. Do you think how do you see it with? If I may ask him a question now.
Of course, yeah.
How do you think we could be able to integrate some motion into our deck at the moment? Since we mainly do visual and copy, and you're more into visual and into some action with your commercials.
Yeah, I mean, I think that depends if you actually have any motion projects you can put in. Like, I think, you mentioned before you did a short film and you're working on a piece of animation right now for a client. So I would definitely put clips of that stuff in this is like your credentials kind of deck, I'm guessing. Like,
yes.
I would definitely add that stuff in there and add it to your website as well. Because I think especially if you have moving image work, people need to see it moving.
Right?
Yeah.
And how about the colors? So we're quite minimal on the colors.
I think it's cool. Like I hadn't
it?
actually seen your and we talked about this before.
Yes.
I make films. I make weird little films. So I'm not a branding expert
Polar
by any
opposite,
means.
basically.
But I do have a background in design as well, so I have somewhat of an understanding of this stuff. I think the deck itself looks great. Like, I think I kind of like that you don't have, and don't take this the wrong way, but your brand isn't super in your face. It's quite pared back, and I think that lets the work speak for itself a bit more.
That's good.
I think the only comment I had, and this was more relating to your website, which you'd shared, was I love the kind of way this is laid out. It feels really well structured, and there's a real kind of flow to it. Whereas when I looked at your website, everything just felt a little bit dense.
Okay.
So I would almost, if you can, kind of break it down a bit more like you have in your credentials deck, because I think it flows a little bit better.
We're here for the feedback, so
yeah,
we take it with open arms.
Yeah. Again, I'm not a designer anymore.
I think you're talking about the homepage mainly, because it's a bit cluttered, yeah.
And I think your work page as well, where there was a lot of thumbnails on one screen, whereas I think making that stuff a bit bigger and kind of telling your audience where to go is maybe something I would just have a little look at.
Okay. To be taken into consideration. Yeah. Thank you.
We have about 1 more minute to go. Is there something specific you would like to show the audience before we wrap this up?
We're quite. I've realized that everyone showed a short film or some sort of visually appealing video, but we're more into.
That's absolutely fine. Well, you're brand designer, so yeah.
We could show our launch animation, because it was done fully by us, and it was. Kind of more of a storytelling video, if you'd be
I'd love to see
into
that,
it, because we wrote the narrative, we designed it.
Can we go to the
Instagram?
Yes,
Can we, or Instagram or YouTube?
You just switch the browser. Let me quickly. Thank you.
Either Instagram or YouTube.
Please type your Instagram. So whilst you are opening the Instagram page, thanks everyone for joining online, but also here on site. It's lovely to see all your faces here. This is so special to be at OFF and to have everyone sitting here, watching the live stream, watching the interviews and the portfolio reviews. So thank you so much for being here. There will be more. So I'm out for today, of course. I'm taking time off and have a little look at more talks here. But there's more coming, and we have Kieron Lewis coming up, we have Mr. Cup coming up, Birgit Palma, and David Wilson, so stick around, there's more to come. And to wrap this up, we have a look at your reel now. Huh? We have a look at your reel now to wrap this up, yeah.
I think we need sound.
We need audio for this.
It works, yes, of course.
Okay. Cool.
Single white hair, coloring your dull head. The Earth runs laps. The moon closes orbits. Your head is now filled with visions of colors and ultimate truths. A hotshot creative is born. Make that too. We paddled the torrents of clients and agencies. We mastered these thorny realms. Now we take to them like a duck to water. When your throat's on fire, we're the sweet relief you've been searching for. When a UFO invasion hits, we're the Elon Musk of alien warfare. This is no bullshit land. A decade of award-snatching, head-spinning, jaw-splitting work brings to life closed captions communications.
Awesome.
The Elon Musk of alien warfare. What does that mean?
Shout out to Elon Musk.
To be explained later, if anything. That's another short film that we'll probably show you later.
I think we have to wrap this up here, unfortunately, but
definitely.
we can definitely have a chat off stage and
Sure.
continue the discussion
Thank you
and
so much.
feedback. Thank you, Closed Caption, for being here, and even more, Stuart, thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
And
Thanks for having me.
the lovely interview. Good luck tomorrow for the talk.
Thanks.
I'm sure you'll do fine. Thank you, and have a good afternoon. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Adobe live from OFF here in sunny Barcelona. It's amazing to be here. It's such an inspiring vibe and it's great. I'm Karina Lindmeier. I'm the host of this wonderful guy.
I'm Alex Guevara.
Would you mind give us a short introduction about yourself, your work?
Yes, I'm Alex Guevara. I'm based in Berlin, and I'm a multimedia artist working with mostly real-time images. But I think it's better to introduce myself with a video. Is my screen being shared? So yeah, that's me.
Wow, really impressive work. How would you describe what you do?
What I do, for me, my work is just an extension of my personality, kind of my day-to-day life translated into images and sound, because most of the time for the videos that I create, I also make the sound when it's black and white, and when it's color involved, someone else made the sound. It's a collaboration, but lately I'm doing also black and white in a collaboration that I have with a musician.
It's really impressive work. I will quickly say hi to the chat because people are so excited. Palma is here, Keys is here, Tim is here, Alexandru, a lot of people. Feel free to drop in your questions. I will hand them over to Alex. And Alex, I'm so curious because there are so many questions popping up in my head because I really think your work is amazing and really outstanding. How do you work? Is it more like, where do you even start?
Where do I even start? When I get a request, the creative process, I will say this, if it's in the summer, I will get into my bike, I have the idea of the project. Mostly it's music, and then I start to drive my bike. I will get the concept in my head, the first sketches, then I come back to my studio and I start to craft them. And yeah, this is my space in Berlin.
Wow, very nice.
So it's, again, for me, I try my work to be reflected as an extension of who I am. And I'm dressing all in black, you know, my studio is white and black mostly, with a colorful crystal there, which is a gift. But yeah, this is what I want to reflect on my work, just being myself, or that's at least what I'm trying to do, like honest output, raw.
And what are the tools you use? I mean, that's what we see is like the output, but where do you start? What tools do you use?
Yeah. I used many tools in the past. I guess the first software that I learned software-wise, it was Photoshop in 2003, 2004.
Wow.
But then I moved to other software. I used processing, Max MSP, Jitter, Quartz Composer, Modulate, MapMapper, and so on. But 10 years ago, I clicked with a software called Touch Designer.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, I started to use like on every project. I use it on every project, and I try to create my own custom software that looks like this, for example. So it's a software inside another software where I create something that I need for a specific project, for a specific need. For example, this is a video that for my live show. Then I can play the video real time, and then I'm controlling all the parameters the way I want it. That gives me a lot of freedom.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting because you're also creating work for yourself and creating client work. How do you find the balance, or how does it work? If a client reaches out to you, how do they get to work with you? What's the workflow? Is it the same like when you start doing your personal projects, or?
Most of the time when someone reaches out to me, they know what they want, and it's a clear idea of what the main output is going to be. For example, here we have a project for a client where I created the digital assets for them, and it's also a touch designer.
Two hands screaming, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet, now. Retinas racing out of their sockets, scouting for the millimetre of tarmac between euphoria and the grass. 120 decibels booming in your bone marrow. Take a deep breath in.
So you can see that's for my, let's say, personal work translated again to idea that a creative, a director said, okay, let's bring what you have and let's adapt it to the brand of the idea. That's how we usually work. This is another image. And of course, this is like a work of many, many people. I don't work alone. But there you can see it's an agency, a production, a senior designer. And it's always great for me when the director knows what he wants from my skills. Then we move easier and faster.
And because you mentioned you are also designing your own sound.
Yes.
What's the process like? Do you start with the visuals then, or more with the audio parts? Or?
More the audio part. It's rarely that the visuals get decorated with sound because, no, it's always the sound first and then the visuals. And also in the collaborations, most of the time, is the music that is being created, and then I join and try to create together. For example, this is a piece with a musician from Ukraine, and we got commissioned to do a piece for City and Festival in Berlin. And it looks like this. Yeah, I think to give an idea, you know, it's we collaborate, we create the show together, we have some ideas, and then we try to bring in as a live performance. So for me, it's super important that everything that I work is happening in the moment. It's real time.
Which is super cool.
Yes, and also, but it's also sometimes a bit like gambling, you know, when the technique fails, it's tricky, but it's rewarding at the end of the day. And it's super important for me as well that it runs at 60 frames per second. Although I love movies at 25, but my work, I prefer to see it at 60 all the time.
I had a look at the chat, and everyone loves your work and says it really has a great energetic personality and is super intense, and they love it. Do you have some tips maybe for other creatives if they want to get started with some kind of diving into visual data visualization?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand how the composition works. Where, for me, when I learn Photoshop, I learn all the blending compositions, over, multiply, and stuff. This is super important when you want to create something like this. Then it's important to understand codecs of videos, how do they work, what it means a codec, a frame rate. This is the basis. With that, you can start to explore and find the software that you feel more comfortable, you know? For me, it's super important that the software is also an extension of you, not just a simple tool that you use it and just to create. It should be your collaborator.
And what's your background?
My background, I have this, I dropped uni even before I started, so I have this slide for my presentation. Oh. No, for me, I will say I don't have like a formal education, but I learned and I was lucky enough to work with super experienced people that are top in what they do, and they were generous to share with me all the knowledge.
Super cool.
Yeah. Oh no, this should not be there. Oof, okay. I don't want to go there.
Do you have a project in mind which was like the most challenging one?
Yeah, one of the most challenging ones, yes, the one on YouTube that I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube.
Ah, okay. So we can find that on YouTube.
Yes, it was, let me check.
But what was so challenging about?
The resolution of the video, it was 10,000 pixels by almost 2,000 pixels, 60 frames per second, and it was the main stage of Coachella.
Mm-hmm.
The
Wow.
magnitude of...
Which is really cool.
Yeah, of course, it's amazing. But knowing that your work is going to be seen by almost 120,000 people at the same time, it is a lot of pressure, even if you don't want it. So that was one of the most challenging projects that I have. I finished it, I packed my things, and then I went for holidays for 3 days.
Which is always a good idea.
Yes, totally.
And are there any other things you are looking forward to, like new challenges or new projects that are coming up? Or
Yeah, next year we are planning a project, but it's on the making.
Mhm.
I guess we will use some colors.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, that will be a challenge to use
Yeah.
more color, because for my own initiative, I tend not to use them. I want to find a purpose, why I want to use colors, what is the meaning, or what we try to say when we use them. So that's like kind of a challenge for next year.
because now you're just working in black and white and
Yeah, and even for my clients, it's always monochromatic.
Mhm.
When they contact me and say, okay, we know what we want. We want sometimes you just do you, but let's align it to their brand identity, which is most of the time one color.
so it's like out of your comfort zone, or
No.
Okay.
No. I like colors. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just that I don't have it in my life, but I enjoy going to nature and seeing the colors around.
But I think sometimes it's really cool if you have a project like this coming up, and then you are forced to experiment and try something new. And also, it's nice to see your own work in a different environment. Like
Totally. Yeah, I have a project that we did with an agency from Berlin, with Kiel, Germany, Elastic, and then we also, that was kind of out of the comfort zone.
Mhm.
It was unhate to artificial intelligence.
Feminists should not rapists. Kill them all.
These are rats that contaminate. You stupid ass bitch.
And my task was try to recreate an art piece from the hate comments on Twitter. But again, this is a big team of people. This is part of my work. So the text is going into particles, and then it's translated into an abstract sculpture. And it's great, the client, you have such a big client like Telecom, but the agency that it's the intermediate give us also freedom to create and not be just focused on the brand. It goes beyond that. And I find that really fascinating.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Also grateful to express yourself, not just you work with them, you don't work for them.
Yeah.
So that's a great feeling for me. And of course, this is a lot of people involved, which is always
Yeah, I can
important. Is
imagine.
that people need to know that it's when you see projects that are happening, it's not just one person. When you see an artist having a big exhibition, it's mostly because there's a lot of people making it
Yeah.
happen, and that's for me important to mention.
And another question I have in mind is like, for me as an artist myself, I have my canvas and that's all. But you can create your art in a whole room and in another different setup. How is the process like? Do you want to see the venue or the room up front, or how does it work?
Oh yeah, totally. For me, it's super important that the room, the color of the walls. Normally, I want to pitch it black because then you have full control, but that's not always the case. And lately, I find myself when we send a tech writer, we want a black screen, which is hard to find, but it's possible. When we have the black screen, we get the best of what we create for it. And also smoke is important, fog, and sometimes we are not allowed to use it. So those are things that for me I learn also. Sometimes if the venue or the space doesn't resonate with you, it's better to say no and just pass.
That's true. I think it's always good to be honest and also have a feeling about your own work and how it fits.
Yes, how you want to see it, you know?
Yeah,
because sometimes it's, oh, I will get some attention from this festival, so I just do it. But in the long term, I think I cannot go to sleep that night, like thinking, oh, it looked not the way I want it. I want it different, I envision it different. So yeah, I think you have to curate it somehow, where you want your work to be presented.
Yeah, and I think it's always nice to talk about it because it always shows your work in the best way possible.
Yes, totally. To hide the cables, to make it, to polish them. Yeah.
One last question. How do you balance your personal work and your commission work, client work?
For me, I fully focus on commercial projects. Last year, my main focus was just art projects. Almost the whole year was just festivals. And this year, I want to have like a balance between them. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. I do it with the same love and the same passion that I do it for my personal projects, that I do it for clients. That's why I think, again, it's important. It's just an extension of myself.
Yeah.
It's my hobby. I don't feel it like I'm working.
Which is super cool.
Yeah, but sometimes, they think that it's going to be cheap, which is not the case. It's super expensive to work with me.
I'm so sorry, but we have to wrap up this session. Thanks so much for your time. You also have a talk?
At 7, I believe.
Yes. So if you are here in Barcelona live, make sure to attend at Alex's talk. And for everyone who is unfortunately not able to attend OFF, stay tuned because we have a lot of awesome speakers to come here, join us live at the Adobe Live booth. And thank you so much.
Thank you
See you
for
around
having me.
and stay tuned. Hello and welcome back here at Adobe live from the wonderful OFFF Festival here in sunny Barcelona. My name is Karina and I'm here with Kiel.
Yes.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good, I'm doing great. This is such an amazing festival. It's my first time
really
here.
is.
It's really incredible.
Energy is amazing, right?
So cool. You know, you'd walk around and you see people that you're like a little starstruck about. I mean, and the talk's amazing. So it's been so exciting.
Is it your first time here?
It's my first time in Barcelona. At this OFF, I was in OFF Tel Aviv a couple years ago now, year and a half ago. That was also incredible. So just the community here is outstanding. You know, so exciting.
Super cool. I will quickly say hi to everyone who's joining us in the chat. If you have some questions, feel free to pop them into it. I will hand them over to Kiel. Kiel, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah. I'm Kiel Mutschelknaus. I'm a motion generative designer and artist from the Maryland, DC area. And a lot of my work revolves around processing and P5.js and making generative work, tools to automate motion. I also created Space Type Generator, which is kind of my platform to create a bunch of interactive tools that users can visit. And I document all that on my Instagram. So there's a ton of sort of interactive elements to play with there.
Which is super cool because it's really a lot you do. Like
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's fun. Sometimes they lend themselves to each other. You know, you post something, somebody really jives with that, responds well to that, and so then we get to do projects based off of that. Or sometimes people will bring me projects that they need somehow automated or to create a generator for. So it's been a really exciting relationship between this kind of independent studio work and then also commercial practice and work. So it's been super rewarding, really exciting to see other people use the tools, you know, in unexpected ways.
That's really cool. Should we have a look at your portfolio?
Sure, yes, okay. I've got a few things open here. Spacetypegenerator.com. You can visit it right now. I mean, don't click off of this stream, but you can visit this right now, and it's just like a variety of different tools. You know, this one plays with physics, And if anything crashes, I apologize. Everything is in beta, perpetually in beta, I think, space type generator. But I started this like 6 years ago with some of these really basic ones, and it's really blossomed from here. Now there's, I don't know, there are like 20 of them or something, and lots of them have been fun learning experiences. I look back at some of these, very early ones and cringe a little bit. And there's definitely things I would do differently. I'm sure you all would maybe agree with that as well. But it's been a fun journey. Some of them are like very open, tons of different options. Other ones are very more curated, a lot more strict. Some of them take a long time to load. Like this one is kind of like a fun, interactive kind of exercise in filling a space with a bunch of typography and graphics and images that then you can interact with. And watching people kind of have their way with these tools and be able to like experiment and create their own thing. It's just been so rewarding to see that.
How did you start this project?
How did I start this project? I was teaching at Maryland Institute College of Art, great school in Baltimore. I started teaching there, and I got into the motion field, and we were playing around with expressions, a ton of expressions, which is this really wonderful way in which you can plug bits of code and have that code inform what your layers do. You all know expressions. And like from there, there's so much kind of code injected into it that at some point I kind of thought maybe we just leave After Effects, maybe we leave some of these tools that Adobe provides and then like instead build these tools fresh. And I knew the code so well at that point because of these expressions that it kind of became a really great jumping off point to explore what it would be like built entirely inside a code. Yeah.
Which is really cool. I mean, it gives you a lot of room for experimentation, and also you can create your own. I mean, it's super cool because you then have also control of the output.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a really rewarding place to be, to document this process. Like, there's the learning, obviously, looking at something, thinking, can I create that in code? What would it be like in code? What are new options? So there's that documentation, and then there's the, the building of the tool, learning about that. Then the actual interacting with the tool, sometimes you set these parameters and you maybe type in a value wrong or you overclock some value. And like the things that pop out of it like are totally unexpected. So there's that part. And then there's this like third component of like what the actual final piece is, the actual output that is also super satisfying to witness. So yeah, it's like, experimentation all the way down, exciting explorations.
So everyone in the chat loves your work.
Thank you, chat.
And I say hi to Daniel, Oksana, Raykin. Yeah, Oliver is still here. Feel free to drop any questions. I will hand them over. Is there anything else like you are currently working on and can show maybe? Or is there...
Oh, like new stuff? Wow. I don't know. I mean, I'm working on some really exciting stuff I can't talk about, that might be finding its way online like in a couple days that I can't talk about again, but just use your imagination. It's really exciting. Like in terms of like developing tools, what is on the docket? I don't know. I'm pretty open. I've got like kind of some things I'd like to fine tune recently. I've got like, I typically work either by like iterating off of elements I've built already, or exploring sort of new things that have come up from previous experiments or iterations. I don't know, like I can open maybe my sketchbook. What does this look like? If you are a coder, please don't be appalled by like what is here. Oh, like I did this one kind of recently. We can maybe pop this up.
Oh, wow. So that is what your process looks like.
Yeah. Oh, well, you can see exactly what I guess I was using this earlier to create. Oh, yeah, like what has been exciting has been, taking some of these like simple gestures you see online or simple compositions you see online and thinking, recontextualizing it, thinking like what if you could automate some of these decisions. So this is my take on like a typography badge, like I did this search, on Pinterest for typography badges, and the way in which you can lay out typography and like puzzle piece them together is wildly diverse. And so many choices to make. So like rather than settle on one choice, what if you settled on all choices? So you could like, rather than make that decision, just decide, let the computer decide to do it. And so this one kind of divides each element, each line break into its own animation, and there's a slightly different set it can choose for the top ones and for the bottom ones. There's slightly different delays, so like we could kind of create like a really wild delay for like, oh yeah, here we go. So I don't know. This is also messy.
So it's a live demo now, which is really cool.
yeah, live coding. I should have. We should have had a discussion about this, or I should have maybe been more prepared. Oh yeah, so like here you can start to see that like there's maybe a little bit of delay in the choice of the type. So you can see a little bit more there. Oh, there's a line offset and then the character offset. Yeah, and then we can like change the type and hope it doesn't crash. Of off is kind of a funny thing to type. Yes. Okay. And then the lines you see there are me kind of
cool.
debugging it. So there's like you can see the beginning point and then whatever this random choice of animations has chosen for the next path to be, and then kind of the journeys it takes, and then there's this like really fun acceleration happening there, where it's choosing. Oh, that's maybe something we could play with. Is like the choice of what type of acceleration. There's all these really great equations for ease in and ease out and ease bounce. And like when you kind of mix and match these, of course that's something we can do in After Effects with the graph editor. I don't know what 2 does. Let's see what that does. I wonder which one of these is bounce. I think it's, well, you know what? I think it's the strength. No, maybe it's not the strength. I don't know what it is.
Don't worry.
Oh yeah, there you go. So there's like a,
here we go.
Okay, that's a very strange bounce to have chosen.
But it's cool.
It is cool, it is cool. And like if you change the timing as well, so like maybe sometimes they, oh yeah, there you go. So there's like a really fun bounce. And this is all like this math of like which easing property it's like chosen to do. So this must be ease in and out, and then also this bounce. Or is it back? I don't know. There's all these really great equations that like I barely understand, but.
I think it looks great, and it's super fun.
Thank you.
I mean, how did you start working as a motion creative coding designer?
Yeah, I mean, I started with space type generator, right?
Yeah.
And like that kind of, the documentation, I think, of that really caught on, and people were really excited about that. So that, of course, motivates me to learn more, experiment more, push it more. And then it's kind of just about, like I said, looking at the seeds of what has been planted in some of these earlier projects and expanding on that, iterating off of that, and pretty soon you get to some really interesting space. And the whole thing's been a learning process, like I was okay. I mean, no, I had a math minor in undergrad, so maybe that helped me feel comfortable playing around with math, which I think is maybe a little bit atypical for designers, or creative types, maybe that is a little bit of uncharted territory. So I kind of felt comfortable there, which kind of helped me feel at home with some of this more analytical stuff.
And how does your process look like? So how do you usually start your projects?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Sometimes I'm looking at earlier pieces, like I was just, as I was preparing this presentation, the OFF presentation, like seeing some of these pieces that I created earlier and thinking like, I wonder if there's some unresolved elements there. I wonder if this could be cleaned up. I wonder how close this is to posting on space type generator. So sometimes it's that, and sometimes it's maybe witnessing something online, seeing something somebody else is working with and thinking like, that's incredible. What does that look like if we recontextualize it in code? Or seeing a static piece and thinking, I wonder if that could move. I wonder if some of these choices that this designer made could be automated, could be generated, could be random, And then, like I said, sometimes it's just getting in here and some of these choices that I accidentally make or that are made kind of become super exciting.
Because when we have a look at your Instagram page, for example, it really looks so light and fun. And I think it's really what you showed us a few seconds ago.
Yeah, I mean, so some of these are, like having...
Oh, that's one of my favorites.
Oh, thank you.
That's really cool, really,
I mean,
really
I think,
cool.
Is this on? Can we play with this one? We must be able to play with this one. Oh, you know what? This I don't have the navigation on here. Remember, perpetually in beta. I think this is POW. Oh, no, that's a different one.
But that's also super cool.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this comes from, I started kind of my career being really into illustration and doing lots of drawing. And, generative design, coding work so easily becomes very digital feeling. So, some of these recent experimentations have been trying to return to those Illustrator roots and like trying to figure out, can we have something that is coded, feel a little bit more organic and hand done, and revisiting some like earlier elements that I really loved drawing in Illustrator and with Bezier paths, and trying to figure out, is there a way to automate that, to create that in a little bit more of a generated manner.
There's one question coming from the chat. It's about, what do you think about using AI?
Oh, yeah.
It's a hard one, right?
The AI question, yeah. I don't know. I guess in fear of our future AI overlords, no comment. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, AI, I think,
do you use it?
No, I haven't used it. Well, I think I did use it for, as like kind of some supplemental material. But I don't know if I've really dove into it. I haven't played around with any of the generative fills yet. I mean, that technology, though, is just like mind-blowing.
Yeah.
You know what? I did use AI, the ChatGPT, to solve some code.
Yeah.
And that has been really exciting. And I've always really wanted to dive into other languages. I really focus on processing in P5, but there's a whole world of other languages. So I think diving into that, the idea of AI being almost like a tutor that could help you along with that process, I think is super exciting.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, and like the ability for it to kind of dive right in and like have this world of knowledge in kind of a conversational manner is super exciting.
Do you have some tips maybe for young motion designers playing with typography, how to find their own visual language, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to do something that's exciting to you, that you can be motivated about beyond what, a social media, benefit is from, like the likes and stuff. And I think you have to find something that really excites you so that you have this motivation to post, what you find exciting, why you find it exciting. The idea of like niching down and finding something that is really yours so that people are gravitated to you for that, I think can be a really exciting strategy, and then gives you the work that you love and that you respond positively to, and that you can maintain a passion for even through the times where you're maybe don't have the motivation or drive to keep pushing, like sometimes the benefit of the work becomes rewarding and kind of becomes the thing that kind of pulls you through. So yeah, I would just say like, things you are excited about, things that kind of drive you, that you respond positively to. This idea of like what your style or what your, your angle is. I think we all kind of have those inclinations straight away from all the decisions you make, from all the things you're drawn to. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think it always depends if you want to create some projects for your portfolio and for yourself, or if you have to create some client work.
Yeah.
Makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and there's this idea that like, the work you have to do and the work you want to do, and then sometimes in this perfect sort of kismet ability, those things come together. And I've been able to like kind of hit that sweet spot a lot lately, and that's been so rewarding. But, the more stuff you put out there that is what you do, the more you will gather the things that you get to do, the exciting things. Yeah.
Can we maybe have a look on your latest client project or commercial project?
Sure. I've been working with this agency called...
I was hoping that you showed this one because it's really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, this is for Bunsen Studio. Shout out to Bunsen. They're this really great agency that focuses on science, communities and companies. And I mean, like all the projects that they allow me to work on, it's like, working for the future. There's like some really beautiful, like kind of sci-fi level stuff they're doing here.
Yeah.
And so, like their approach with me has been super exciting because they kind of allow me to get in on the development of the brand through code and through motion. So, like when we're bouncing around ideas, I get to share sketches of code, see what they're responding to, see if one of their designers can grab some of these in a static content and repurpose them. So the ability to kind of like play a part in this branding process from the get-go and be able to like work with what I love, which is code, is super exciting. And so this all is built in P5.js. I mean, and then there's this like really great question of like, what do we build this in? Is this like an After Effects project? If it has to be responsive and ever present and never like quite settle, can it exist in code? Will it run nicely in the background of a website? You know, what are the limitations? If we need to like get like a high quality print or a vector of these, you know, like is that possible? So those have been like some really exciting opportunities to do. If I could open up, you know, one of these sketches, let me. Yeah, I hope this is, I think I can just download this real quick. Yeah, so like the one I was showing earlier was kind of this cellular structure that was built in P5.js and kind of using some Perlin noise around the radius of this circle to kind of give it this really organic feel. And that's something that, you know, with our bio projects has been really exciting. So here's another sketch, and it's for an identity that I don't think is live yet, but we've got lots of cool elements here where the floating does it, and so then trying to figure out like what are the elements that can be that always, you know, kind of constantly flowing and changing. How can it be interactive? How can it kind of hold a place that is both interesting, but then also is like kind of ancillary, some textural atmosphere in the background. And this piece actually does, you know, one of these versions I have here does have a vector output, an SVG, so you could like save it. So like the other designers, you know, the people that are putting together the full brand, whether it's the website design or static collateral, can use this code that will maybe be running on the website, and then have that be a real illustration for them to use and resize.
And how does the process look like when you work with a client or a big brand? Like, because in my understanding, it's very technical. And I have the feeling that some clients don't understand what's happening in the background with the code and all the stuff, and sometimes they don't know what they need in the end.
Yeah. I mean,
how do you handle this?
Oh man, I don't handle it. I don't know. I mean, I think when all these relationships start out, we do have to kind of have a conversation about the collaborative nature. You know, for me, the most beneficial spaces with that foster the best output are ones where the client and you are a little bit open about what is possible, whether it's a limitation of the code or my own knowledge of the code, what they want, you know, like there's got to be a little bit of give and take. You've got to be able, I have to be able to like challenge myself, and if they request something that for me just like, no way, you know, like I don't think so. You got to like take a moment and step back and take a moment and be like, no, can I actually do that? Sometimes you can. Sometimes something will come up where you like, no, that is pushing it too far. I think this, you know, will not run as nicely. I think you'll run into these limitations. And if the client is open to that sort of collaborative back and forth, then you get like the most exciting outcomes.
Yeah, sure. And do you think like clients tend to give you enough space for experimentation as well?
Yeah, I mean, the good ones do, right?
Yeah.
Like if they're open to seeing something, I think the ones that are most exciting are like the ones that like kind of know a little bit what they want, but are also open to feedback, or like, you know, if you do have something that you can push out there and you're like, this is kind of what you wanted, but what if it also did this? What if there's a space to do this? And the more kind of open they are to that, I think the better off you're going to be in terms of this back and forth, this kind of collaborative, hitting it back and forth to get successful, exciting projects. Yeah.
Which is really cool. I mean, then both sides are involved and happy in the end, I guess.
I mean, and hopefully, you know, you've created something that you're proud of and that feel exciting.
Exactly.
There's also this, you know, kind of weird relationship I never thought I'd be in where, you know, it's almost like being a software engineer. You know, like maybe they've pitched you a motion or a design that they want to bring into processing or into a generative space, and at that point it's almost like you're executing on their motion. You're maybe having a little bit of input on how you could interact with the forms, but ultimately they're the ones that give you the motion. And so that's kind of a wild sort of space to be in where you're executing someone else's, but I still find it super rewarding to see how close, you know, we can get together.
Yeah. And do you, for your own projects, where do you find your inspiration to try something new or experiment? Do you have a secret to share?
Do I have a secret to share? Yeah, I do. You know, like if I'm cruising online, you know, through the Pinterest or the Instagram, you know, like when I see something that really excites me, I try and like close it as soon as possible. You know, like I try and just get the impression of what I thought I saw rather than like sitting down and trying to dissect what it is that is there. You know, I think sometimes when you catch a glimpse of something that you find really exciting, the most exciting part of that is what you think you saw rather than what is actually there. So sometimes when I'm going through the feed and I see something, I was like, man, I wish I had done that. I like close it right away and I think about like, you know, what aspect of that was the super exciting part. And so if that is like kind of the inspiration I'm trying to recreate, sometimes it's just trying to play off of the impression than the actual thing. And sometimes, you know, it's playing off of your own work, you know, resolving things. The development stage itself, like I mentioned, is really exciting to kind of experiment in.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's really like when it comes to creative coding, there are so many possibilities where you can extend your own work.
Yeah. I mean, creative coding, it's like, you know, it's virtually limitless.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like you can do, you know, it's just code, you know, there's so many things you can do, and it kind of is like looking a little bit through the matrix behind like the systems that we already work with and construct and play motion graphics with.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, if you have the ability to actually get your fingers and your voice into the structure, the fabric of what you're dealing with, I mean, it opens up a world of possibilities, a host of possibilities, yeah.
Is there a specific project, or, I mean, it doesn't have to be a client project, but maybe a more personal one that's on your bucket list, like number one? Something you want to create?
Oh, something like for another person or
for
my,
you?
Yeah. You know, I'd really like to, I mean, there's things I'd love to revisit, you know, like this motion here I think is really exciting, but really kind of cumbersome. And I really worked on this one for a long time. And this is, you know, a lot like that, you know, the stacked type version we saw earlier. But this one, you know, like there's so much potential and kind of wild ability to play around with acceleration like we talked about earlier, and then also play around with adding additional graphics. The delays are like kind of crazy, all the things we could play with. So I'd love to like get this in a stage that is able to be interacted with a little bit more easier. I think that maybe is a bad tendency of myself. It's like, it's the ability to just keep adding things, like what if this, what if this, what if this, and then pretty soon I've got a chunk of code I can barely decode and that I don't want to dive back into, and this is one of those where
But I think
like,
it's perfect. I mean, you can add so many elements and
yeah,
more
I mean,
words,
you know,
shapes,
like
colors. You have so
okay,
many
yes,
options.
please stop giving me ideas, because yes, I know there is so much more we could add. I mean, I even duplicated this file so I could like revisit it, like as a note to myself, like return to this. I mean, let's look at the state it's in, because I think like there was a UI pretty much already developed. And this happens a lot. It's like I bring these things like really close to completion, and then like I kind of slow down or I stop because I think like this is too insane. No, there's no normal person that would want to interact with this. And oh yeah, so like maybe I didn't fill out everything, but there's some like really kind of exciting things here in terms of like what the motions are, like different choices you can make with the graphics. You know, like here's a little bit of that interaction you can have with the speed. So if you want like really intense acceleration versus if you want elastic acceleration, either way. And actually you could do it one way
cool.
versus an in versus like an out.
Really, really cool.
Oh yeah, so like you can get it feeling like a little bit, that's terrifying. Like I don't know what's going on there. It's a little too scary. I mean, that's not a glitch stream, that's real. And then if you, oh, okay, all right. I mean, like, and then if you think about like, well, something I've learned with these tools is like, if you give a user all of these choices, like I've just demonstrated, it's too overwhelming and you almost don't want to interact with it. Whereas if you build presets, which is something I'm really excited about, you can kind of like build in some choices for the user to kind of like see what is possible. Because it's totally easy to like visit this and be like, no thank you, you know? And that's like an element of like UI and UX that I didn't quite understand. I needed to grok and to learn. Yeah, I'll quit this so it feels less scary.
And there's a question from the chat. What's the most fun part of your work? Like when you start designing, and what's your process and workflow like?
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this before, but maybe you can share some.
Part.
Yeah, the funnest part.
I mean, there's several fun parts. Obviously, when you have a tool that like you just enjoy interacting with yourself, that is super satisfying. And when you're like playing around with elements that you like really didn't expect. Like, you know, some of like the glitch like nature, the
Yeah.
like kind of abrupt, almost violent motion here is like unexpected, you know, like, and for me, I didn't know it could do that. So like that discovery is very satisfying. There's also something satisfying in like really comprehending a problem, you know, like sometimes there will be a math or like a logistics or logic issue that is torturing me for days, and like, you know, I'm in the shower shampooing and trying to solve like how to make these objects talk to each other in specific ways, and then solving that and then entering it and seeing that it is working as you intended or as you like set out to tackle. That is a super fun, exciting part. So the learning part's exciting, the playing part is exciting, and you know, the final part can be also very exciting.
Thanks so much for sharing this with us.
Great.
We have to wrap it up now because there are some more people coming, and Alana will take over, I guess. Next, I'm done with hosting for today. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful work with us. It was really a pleasure to host you. And stay tuned. Have fun and bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live. We are here live from the OFF Festival in Barcelona. My name is Alana Flowers. I will be hosting the next 2 sessions. And right now I'm being joined by the amazingly talented Kieron Lewis. Hi, Kieron.
Hi, how you doing? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. What a nice intro as well. Thank you. I appreciate
I'm
that.
just like, we're going to dive right into
No
your
messing
story
around.
and everything, but I just want to remind everyone that we do have the chat live, so Behance watchers, YouTube watchers, if you have questions for Kieron during this session, feel free to pop them in the chat and I will get them over to him. So Kieron, you know, you are so amazingly talented, but for people who don't know you or don't know your work, could you give us a little bit of an intro
Who's
to
this
who
guy?
you are?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, my name is Kieron Lewis. I'm a freelance graphic designer based in London. You can probably tell from the accent. But predominantly I work in editorial. So I make books for a living. So that's basically what I get up for in the mornings, make books. And I occasionally also do hosting for Adobe Live. So I'm also in this space. And I also give talks at universities and schools in between. So,
wow. Yeah, I was thinking, like, if anyone is a habitual Adobe Live watcher, Kieron is totally not a stranger to
Spamming
you.
your airways. I apologize in advance. Yeah, so.
No, we love having you on. So, you know, you said you're an editorial designer, you design books, but let's get a little bit more, if we can, like an earlier context.
Sure.
Like, did you always want to design books? Was that always a passion and inspiration for you?
I remember being in school and just loving comic books. Loving comic books, The Simpsons, and basically being that kid where I'm always doodling on my school books and getting told off. And now I don't have to get told off anymore because I'm a grown man. But yeah, I guess from school I kind of wanted to get into creative industry of some capacity. And I also love doing English as well, literature. So that was also like a nice combination to what I'm doing now, which is cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, one of my questions for you is definitely going to be like, you're an editorial designer, you design books. Like, were you always just like a voracious reader growing up, or have you gotten into it more later in life, maybe for your work or also just for pleasure?
So disclaimer, I make books, but I don't read as much. And that's, I feel like it's a terrible thing because my wife, she reads a lot doing a PhD and I design books. So I always say I design it, she reads them.
Okay.
So I don't read as much as I would like to, but I mean, I obviously design and I get a feel for checking out books for inspiration as much as I can. And yeah, I love the editorial space. It's kind of my baby, basically. So,
That's awesome. So you're a freelance designer, you work for yourself, and...
Yeah, I went freelance during the pandemic, actually.
wow.
I decided to take that leap of faith and do it during the pandemic. So 3 years, just over 3 years now.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, it's been okay. I've survived just about. But yeah, it's been fun. And again, it's a bit of word of mouth, different publishers you work with. And I've been quite fortunate that when I do one project, it kind of, you know, organically goes into another project and then you find new clients, and it's been quite nice.
That's awesome.
So,
So before you went freelance during the pandemic, were you working at a publishing house, or did you have typical agency experience as a graphic designer or something like that?
My background is like heavily advertising.
Okay.
So I went into the advertising space and I made the mistake of basically watching Mad Men and thinking I could be like a Don Draper, which never happened. And editorial was something I used to do on the side as like a passion project.
Interesting.
And I actually think back to my early years at university, and I worked on a publication with my friends and I, my housemates. And it was a publication basically where we were able to feature students' artwork and then do that on the side whilst doing our university career.
Wow.
And I think it was the idea of doing two things on the go, which I really enjoyed. Because my brain operates in a way where I need to kind of be doing multiple things. Yeah, I like trying to obviously spread out, you know, and do different things, but yeah, I like to mix it up. So like editorial was something I did on the sidelines to advertising, and then gone into freelance pandemic and thought, you know what, let's make it in a editorial world, and it's been okay since.
Yeah. That's really cool. It's cool to hear that you like to keep yourself busy, you like to stay active, and always on the side in some way. Editorial design has been a part of your story and just sort of a part of your journey.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. Also, I can totally commiserate with like, I don't read as much, but I would love to like have more time to read.
Audiobooks.
Yeah, I was thinking
that's the
like
way forward, right?
audiobooks is the secret, right? But you know, you have some amazing work and some projects, and I feel like it would be great to get a look at your portfolio if you have some projects you want to show us.
Happy to do that. Let's do it. So my website, kieronknows.com, I try to be active as possible, updating.
We struggle.
It is a struggle. But the project, which is the most recent project I've just done, and it's, funny enough, I actually got a copy of the book, and I'll show that on the screen.
Nice.
It's a book called The Brownies Book, and it's a publication which is with Publishers Chronicles Books, based in San Francisco. And basically, in the 1920s, there's a publisher called, an author called W.E. Du Bois, who created a publication, magazine actually, for basically children of color, which wasn't really around back in that particular era. So the idea was to empower, inspire, and you would do that through poems, through magazines, through different song poets and whatnot. And then from there, fast forward to the modern day, Corrida Brown and Charlie Palma, who are the authors of the publication, wanted to basically revive the publication from back in the 1920s to today, which is what I kind of bring today. So you've actually got a tangible thing, like I'm actually a real person designing. So yeah, it's a big project because it was something I did. Well, we started it. I think it was about 2 years ago.
Wow.
And it was released just before Christmas.
Okay.
And it's kind of basically right now in the US, obviously when it's being published, it's kind of doing its thing in terms of being shared around online. There we go, it's above the computer.
Yeah.
It's kind of doing its thing right now in terms of being featured on blogs, featured on CSN as well, on television in the US. It was also nominated for an award as well, which it won as well, the NACP Awards, which was cool.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
So yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen every day that your book wins an award, so I'm pretty stoked about that. But on the website, I can probably show you some imagery.
Yeah, that'd be
to get
great.
a feel. So yeah, I mean, the gold foiling, which stands out really the most. I was quite keen to make it quite fancy. I mean,
I was
right?
wondering if
Why
that was
not?
your idea.
I put it out there and they
that's
liked it.
Awesome.
Yeah. So,
okay.
I mean, it's one of those publications where when publishers reached out and they were like, we want to create this book, we've got the content, whatnot. They were quite open to the kind of typography and the print stock as well, which is nice because publishers and designers don't always get that kind of flexibility sometimes when it comes to the print stock, and it's more of a case of design it and then we'll figure it out. But they were great. They were awesome to work with.
That's awesome.
And you can see as well a few selected spreads, editorial. But the publication is beautiful because, I mean, my job is to design it cover and inside. But when you've got amazing assets and content to work with, it makes life like so much easier, right?
Yeah.
So you've got poems in there, you've got artists sort of sharing their experiences as well, and it's all designed to empower young black children. So yeah, it's kind of been doing its thing since it's been released, so yeah.
That's extremely special. That's very, very cool to hear that you had some creative freedom and some input and that they really trusted you to be like, hey, I think this could really work, and they just sort of let you go for it. And I mean, would you say that this is like one of, like a cherished project of yours, that you've worked on so far? I mean, that's a really special and rich history that this has.
100%.
And now that it's being brought into a contemporary context, I feel like that's really magical to see come to life, I'm sure.
I mean, the key as well, because a lot of the work I do publishing-wise, it is focused on the black community as well. So if you've seen some of my work online, it is heavily revolved, my community, my upbringing, because my background is Jamaican, but I was born in London. So it's kind of that trust between the two. So a publication like this, where it's working on the black community and inspiring, it's close to heart, it's a nice one to work with. And you can see on the screen as well, you've got, these are two authors as well, swiping through quite quickly there, Corrida and Charlie Palma, who are incredible. And it's funny because we never actually met each other until after the book was done. Because I worked with the publishers for pretty much a whole year, and then once the book was done, I had a nice Zoom chat with Corrida, and it was great. And it's like their baby project, my baby project, and it's like a nice collaboration.
That's amazing. So this is a humongous project and a big book, it seems like. How many pages cover to cover? Does that complicate your role as an editorial designer, like the page length at all? I
had to actually flick through just to make sure I remember how many it was. 205 pages, which it is a lot. I mean, right now I'm working on a hardback, which is 328 pages, so precise. So and it is long, but I guess like anything, you just do it in digestible chunks.
Okay.
So how my brain operates is that when I knew this book would be a hardback and it's quite a lot of content, rather than kind of, going all guns blazing, I'm quite strategic with how I think about the content coming through to me.
That's very smart. Okay.
You kind of have to, I mean, it's never as smooth sailing as that because obviously assets coming low res, you got to make it, edit it on Photoshop, you got to do some stuff to it. But yeah, over time, you just kind of build a bit of a resilience and a bit more skills within the space itself. So yeah, it's okay.
That's really cool. I don't know if there's any other projects that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, of course.
You have so much amazing work, so.
I mean, I appreciate it, thank you. Well, actually, it's quite a cool project to show you guys. So I mentioned I went freelance during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So the very first publication I worked on was published as HarperCollins. Which is not a small brand, you probably know who. They're just casually dropping it like that. And again, it was focused on the black community. So Back then, it was during the Black Lives Matter movement, and it was all to do with the George Floyd killing. And this publication was a book which was designed to basically get the thoughts of those in the UK from what they saw from the US that was happening in terms of the riots and everything there.
Wow.
So you've got 100 people, all from different backgrounds. You've got poets, musicians, artists, politicians, and they're basically sharing their lived experiences of racism within their sector. So my job as a designer was to gather that content and design it in a way that is digestible for the reader.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's not an easy topic to digest. But my job was obviously to design it. But you'll notice through the spreads is that it's quite typographic.
Yeah, I
which
love
is
that.
kind of what I wanted to go with because rather than having massive pictures and that kind of distracting the actual content, my goal was to highlight and kind of pull out key points within the paragraphs because there's a lot of content, right? And my brain doesn't tend to read that much content either. But I thought if I pulled sort of like pull quotes out, kind of key phrases and make that kind of nice typographic space, then maybe folks when they're reading it can digest it easier.
Wow.
Which I hope was the goal.
I can definitely see that. I mean, exactly what you said, like having those typographic pull quotes, it already just draws you in, and then you can learn more by reading further, but like that just immediately grips you, I think, and also your use of colors as well in these spreads. Like, how did you figure that out, like, as a part of the process? Because, like, that nice punchy yellow is really striking, and, how'd you balance that throughout the book?
Well, do you know what the wild thing was? Is that because there's 100 people featured, I had to do 100 different designs for so every single person, rather than a book where it's, like, consistent. Obviously, there's a consistency in terms of fonts and whatnot.
Right.
But I wanted to make each person featured a bespoke spread because in a way everyone that's sharing experiences of racism is unique to them,
right?
Even though it's overarching, as a whole. So it made sense to make everyone's spreads unique, which was a challenge because you can imagine 100 people featured, 100 different chapters. It wasn't easy. I mean, we got there in the end, but I guess it was a case of just getting a feel for the content and experimenting with some different colors. And to be fair, working at HarperCollins, they are incredible. I'm not just saying as for brownie points, but they are a really, really cool brand to work with. And again, it was a bit of a leap, a bit of a trust from their part because I never worked on a hardback publication before. And I had a friend that worked at HarperCollins, so that was kind of my space. So you've always got to have someone in the inside.
You gotta love the community. I mean, we help each other out. That's great.
So and what you can see on screen now is actually an exhibition which, once the book was out and it was done and dusted, we had an exhibition in Brighton, which was cool because I think it's one thing to have a book tangible in hand and then you create it, put it in shops. It's one thing to do that, but then when you actually finish the book, it's nice to have folks interacting with it in an actual space,
right?
i.e. the gallery. So yeah, that was the first time I've actually seen my work presented in a gallery space and folks, viewing it and interacting with it, and yeah, it was pretty nuts.
That seems extremely special. Did you know that gallery portion was going to be a part of this project, or did that just sort of come later?
That came about because the two editors in the publication, well, the two authors, I should say, they're both actresses, and they're very active in the space of working in the community. So once the book was done, they were just super keen to kind of get it out there and obviously have discussions because obviously, like I said, it was during that period of the Black Lives Matter movement. So a lot of folks were having conversations about happening, the publication. So it was a nice time to have an exhibition and get folks from all different backgrounds and diversities really actively engaging and speaking about a topic that's not so easy. So I had no idea it would be an exhibition, to be fair. And then when it was done, it was done. And then yeah, I mean, there's my face plopped on there. So once the publication was out, I had a chance to speak at Adobe Max, which was pretty nervous, but also pretty cool as well.
That's
so yeah,
awesome, though.
That's basically where it was at today with publication.
That's really cool. I mean, there's so much love coming in from the chat. They're saying, wow, these are amazing. And you've got Kieron stands in the chat, so a lot of love coming through and amazing artwork. So, you mentioned the gallery exhibition portion, and I feel like you have some experience in with cultural institutions like galleries and museums and stuff, either in your past or upcoming. Could you speak more to the work beyond books, the work that you've done with cultural institutions?
So this is quite a new thing for me now because obviously editorial design is what I love to do. It's my baby. But, and this is probably the biggest project I've done probably thus far now, is with Victoria and Albert Museum in London, which is I say it's so casual, but I mean, I was definitely kind of fanboying a bit when they reached out. And this is an actual space that I'll be working on. I'll be working on the book, of course, but also working on an actual gallery space for it. Should I show you what that's about?
I'm like, do you have any sneak peeks
or anything? Of
or
course,
anything?
I'm just rambling. I can actually show you some stuff.
Oh, yes.
So the publication is called The Music is Black, and it's basically 100 years of black British music in the UK.
Wow.
So you've got it ranging from the reggae era right up until people like Lil Sims and Stormzy, if anyone knows who those people are. So it's a real precious one. But I've got a trailer to show folks to get a feel for the publication.
Absolutely.
So let's see if this works. Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
They were talking about things that I...
Few or little or no references to himself.
It's bigger than me. And out there was
Flashback.
Oh, wow. I love that little sizzle at the end, opening 2025.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's I think as well, like just to not go too off piece, because my grandparents are from the Windrush era. There's something quite nice about being able to bring them to the gallery space, and they recognise stuff from them, like their age growing up as well.
Yeah.
Right up until like my sister. So it's a nice one. It's a personal one, but this is an ongoing project which started in December, I want to say. Christmas is gone.
Just this past December.
Yeah,
so,
so we're still fresh now. Like we're in the early. I can't show spreads because NDA and all that jazz. But it's ongoing. It's a big one.
That's awesome. Did you have any input into putting this trailer together? Like, did you have any like? Okay, I was just wondering. But that's extremely cool. I mean, I went to the Victoria and Albert Museum years ago, so I'm just like, now I got a reason to come back in the next year. But that's extremely cool. I mean. So you're doing the exhibition is coming, and the book will be released at the same time?
Exactly, yeah. So that's the goal right now. So yeah, it's going to be at the V&A East Museum, which will be out as well. And it's, yeah, I mean, it's still early days. And the weird thing is, because I've never worked with the V&A before, so like HarperCollins, Penguin, those kind of guys, I work with them quite often. But when it's a brand new client, especially a client of this stature, there's an element of me that kind of wants to really make sure I do have every project, but with this in particular, I'm like, let's get this like done properly and really well. And yeah, I'm super excited, nervous, but excited as well.
I mean, it's like every time you know, your work is out in the world and you touch a project, you just reach that next highest height. It seems
Upgraded,
like.
Yeah,
I mean, I can only imagine, like you said, like how excited you were to see that email or correspondence come in. Like, just like me. Heck
I
yeah,
geeked out. It's like when I saw it, and I thought, you know, when it's like you have to go on LinkedIn and type in the name of the person to make sure it's legit.
Yeah.
It's like this person was actually legit. Plus the signature strip had V&A logo, so it's not like a back alley call. It's a real thing. So yeah.
That's cool. So cool. Do you have anything on your Instagram that you want to scroll through quickly?
Yeah.
People should be following Kieron on social media, by the way. So give him a follow.
Plug that drop. I love that.
Just do that. Do yourself a favor.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, a lot of the work I do, like I said, I separate to the actual editorial design, which I love to do. I also give talks at schools and universities.
Right.
So a lot of my stuff on Instagram, which you'll probably see, is usually giving talks at schools. I mean, this is a funny one because this age was clearly very young, you can see. But there's something quite interesting about speaking to, so obviously I give talks at universities, so usually around, you know, like the 25, 28 plus.
Okay.
But obviously on the screen now you can see is like children of school, right? So you're talking like maybe 12. And it's interesting trying to not get too deep in terms of design, but at least get them an insight into thinking a graphic design is actual tangible, it's actual job that you could potentially get into. And it's interesting kind of getting their thoughts, thinking, and the questions that pop up, which is like, they're not scared to kind of put out there. They're quite savage, but in a good way, I think.
Okay.
So it went quite well to kind of show them some publications and get a feel for the book. And again, this is all through collaborations that I do with charities as well, because I also do some work with charities, which gets me involved in the school talks.
Wow.
So yeah, that's kind of my insight into talks at schools and universities.
That's awesome. How long have you been doing that? Has that always been something that you knew that you were passionate about, like doing speaking and sharing your experiences with audiences of all ages?
I think so, yeah. I'm trying to think back to like first time I really done talks at schools, because I used to do a lot of collaboration with friends, and I think that made it easier. because I'm not a shy person, I don't think, but I always connect with folks and talk to people on the stage who are more confident and more like on it with me.
Right.
So then that kind of gave me the evidence to like, okay, let's do this together and make it work.
Right.
So talking in front of like a lot of people is still nerve-wracking and scary as hell, like coming on streams like now. But it makes it a bit easier when you're with like-minded folks who also are very dedicated to the job and want to get things done, and more importantly, say things to inspire and help those who are actually engaging and viewing. So that's kind of my goal when I go to universities and give talks at schools and colleges and so forth, yeah.
No, that's really nice to hear. I mean, you have such an amazing career already, and we can only imagine how much more you'll achieve in the future, and it's really exciting. And really, it's refreshing to hear that you're just like, you know, I started from, you know, zero, like everyone else, and, you know, I'm just going along.
Starting from the bottom, right?
Yeah.
But now we're here, there we go.
It's really nice, too, that you're just like, you know, how did I get into it? You know, I'm leaning on my community, my friends, people who, you know, are in my space, and I think that's sort of the special thing about, like, being at conferences like OFF.
100%.
We're among fellow creatives, you know, people in the chat are creative, you know, so you just feel like we're already speaking the same language, kind of. So that's pretty cool. Do you have any advice or any sort of, maybe advice that you were given during your career, or maybe in school or something that just kind of stuck with you that you want to pass on to others?
What stuck with me? It's weird because like my brain's kind of shifted. So 8 months ago, well, 8 months today actually, I have a daughter who's 8-month-old. So my brain's gone into a transition of being full-time, being freelance, and now being freelance with a baby.
Oh, wow.
And it's for anyone who's watching and know it's a project in itself, right? Yeah, having a child. I mean, the deadlines are terrible. There's no pay, the sleep, but it's still amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm in a position now where I'm trying to navigate how it is in terms of priorities and in terms of like scheduling my workflow.
Yeah.
So that in itself is a project. So I guess my kind of advice would be to kind of have that kind of sense of schedules and plans of how you want to operate and navigate.
Okay.
And that can shift, and that's okay if it does.
Yeah.
Especially if you're freelance, because I feel like a lot of freelance folks can get a little bit, and I'm the same, a bit tunnel vision, which is so easy to get because we know what we like. So yeah. Hopefully it helps.
No, that's excellent. I feel like that's an amazing note to end on. That's also really great advice for me as a freelancer as well. So I'm sure people in the chat learned a lot from this session. And if you happen to miss out, you can always catch the replays. So thank you so much to all of you who tuned in live for our session with Kieron. And next we have Mr. Cup coming up. So don't leave. We'll be right back.
Ciao. Cool.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live. We are here live at the OFF Festival in Barcelona. I'm Alana Flowers. I will be your host for this session, and I'm being joined by Fabian Barral, also possibly better known as Mr. Cup. Hello.
Hi.
I'm going to be referring to you as Mr. Cup throughout this interview. Is that okay?
Mr. Cup, it's easy. That's much easier.
Okay. Well, if anyone is tuning in the chat, I already see a lot of Mr. Cup love, people shouting you out in the chat. We'll be monitoring on Behance and YouTube as well, so if you have questions for him, let us know and I will get those over. But thank you so much for joining us for this session.
Happy to be here.
That's wonderful. And for anyone who's not familiar with your work, can you give us a little intro about yourself and what you do?
It's always a tricky question. You know, when people tell you, what are you doing? Is it now or last year or in a year? So I'm a creative from south of France. I always live there. I move a lot, but from now I am in the south of France.
Okay.
And I'm a creative with a very background of legacy of typography and a passion for all design and bring it back to life. So I worked with clients for many years and in the art director in agency, but then I move on doing my own projects and I have a passion for letterpress printing. So I do letterpress printing and now I'm doing books and I'm passionate about flea markets and finding all typography stuff and buying them and now I'm selling them. So it's it's not easy to say it in a few words, but basically this is the idea.
No, I think it's cool that you're very busy, that you have a lot of different interests, and obviously are super talented. But let's do, if we could do a little bit of an earlier context, like what was it like when you were did you study in a university? Like, did you study design, or what was your journey like in the early beginning?
Yeah, I studied graphic design, but when I was doing studies, my teacher told me you cannot be a graphic designer because I'm a terrible drawer. I don't know how to draw. So it's really, I cannot draw anything. So for a graphic designer, it's always weird, even letters or anything, I never draw. So basically, I have this passion for all typography and all paper, so I scan all that and I really compose with that. So it starts to be my thing, about kind of collage, composition and stuff like that. So I start to be known for that. And then I found a job in a design agency, and it was hard because people want usually from logos. So I can modify something, but I always start from something existing. So I have all this amazing collection of photos and illustration, and then from that I take a little part and I recompose for that. So it's a little unusual, but then I go art director in an agency. I work with big brands from McDonald's and stuff like that as an art director. And I work for museum. I do a lot of posters. And it was great because I work for example, a textile museum. So I can bring all the elements from the textile and compose a kind of poster. So it was really a different way to do it. If any graphic designer will redraw, redesign the stuff. Me, I was composing, so it was really interesting to. I did a talk and I explained that a weakness became a strength because then it was my style of stuff. So it was really interesting. And then I started working for American agency because they want my French style. And I was like, I have a French style? Okay.
News to you, I guess.
I knew about French stuff, but not French style. So it was really interesting. They like how I compose with watercolor effects and stuff like this. So, and then I did my first project by myself, and now I basically have no real clients anymore. I'm just doing my stuff, selling my stuff. So it's really 25 years of a story like this in a short time.
Wow. I mean, I was fortunate enough to watch you open OFF Festival yesterday, and your talk was super inspiring and really amazing. And I feel like you touched on your process just now, and from that early beginning of first, your teacher saying, well, you can't be a graphic designer, you can't draw, loser. I mean, they're you're laughing at them now, but I think it's nice that you, instead of just giving up, you're like, well, I'll find a way to do it my own way.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that's really nice and really encouraging probably for other people to hear, where it's like, wow, you can see where you are now, but it's just like, I struggled in the beginning and I didn't have certain skills, but I didn't let that confine me. I sort of found my way around it.
Yeah.
and composing and collaging. So does that, your process, that sort of way of finding, existing things and like, you were scanning materials and textiles and stuff, does that mean that you were really interested in research or like, taking in your surroundings kind of thing, like as just like a natural inspiration, I guess? For your
Yeah, I
work?
think we are, as we creative, we see the things differently. So for example, if I go to a flea market, for most of the people, these are just papers. And I was at the flea market because there was just one nearby this morning with friends. And I said, okay, I'm going there and I find this. And it tells me, how did you see that? And I was like, I see that from very far away. I see some type on this and I find it. It's just like an eye of finding the right things and how I will use it in my work, and also how I know how Photoshop work, and for what I see on a paper, I know with Photoshop what I'm going to do with it, just working with all the settings and stuff, and all the combination possible with layers and stuff. So from what I see, I just don't see that. I see what I'm going to do with that. So it's really, and then I have, it's really important to have all the source accessible. So I have 100,000 of scan.
Wow.
So most of the time I'm working on something and I'm scanning stuff at the same time. Just like, okay, I find all this bunch of papers, so I'm scanning them. I don't know, maybe I will use them in 10 years. Basically, is that. My hard drive is full of stuff. Some of them I scanned them 20 years ago.
I was thinking, like, your storage must be amazing.
It's quite huge, but like this, I can just sometimes, and when I do, for example, 36 days of type, the challenge, I was like, okay, every day I'm going to dig into all this paper, and then I take that, and I take that, and I start to compose, and then I said, okay, maybe I need a stamp, and then I have a collection of many stamps, and anything I can use to compose my stuff. So it's just like I have all these tools, just like an artist having a palette of colors. But this, for me, it's papers and all type and illustration and stuff like that. So it's really a different way, but this is my creative process.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, that's what makes you unique. And Mr. Cup, I mean, your work is so stunning. And before we get into some of the projects that you'd like to share with us, what was it about type, and what is it about type that draws you in and like inspires you, I guess, to use it so much in your work in these unique ways?
Yeah, typography expresses so much things. It's really like, but it's the same as for designing. I don't know how to draw a typography. I never created typography. Some people say, "Oh, you are a typographer," and no. This is not. I'm not doing lettering. I'm just really I find the right typography for the project or things like that. But I don't know. I've always been attracted to typography, and then now to all the legacy of typography. That's why I've done books about that, because all these projects were done without purpose, with a short purpose for this is a book, and we designed this amazing cover, and then it gets lost because nobody needs it. But 100 years after, it's still amazing design, and these people have so much skill. So I'm just taking that and give it a new life, in my work. So it's really interesting.
That's really cool. Yeah, I definitely share your love of ephemera and these kinds of things that are made for single use. I'm just like, I want to keep it. I want to put it on my wall. Like, it's cool looking still. So it'd be really special and awesome if you could dive into your portfolio or any projects that you'd love to share with us.
Sure.
That would be awesome to take a look at.
So if you look at also I'm a lot into letterpress printing. So my BN's portfolio, it's a lot about letterpress. But I'm going to show you the ephemerid type project, which is basically what we talk about. If it's loading.
Oh.
Not loading.
Oh. Maybe.
Okay, guys.
Is it, maybe is it also something we could see on your Instagram, maybe?
Yes. So it will be easier here, so let me try. So, no. Maybe we can see this one, for example. If it's loading, no, it's not loading. It won't be good.
Oh. We've got some high quality imagery here.
Okay.
But while we're sorting through the technical challenges, I personally have your letterpress calendar on my desk right now, so I'm super excited. And
the letterpress calendar was the same idea. At the beginning, I was doing myself, but letterpress printing need to be printed in Illustrator, so I compose in Photoshop with all letters and stuff, and then I bring them into Illustrator to have vectorize. And after 3 years, I was like, it will be always the same, and it's hard to design a calendar every year.
Yeah.
So I start asking other people to collaborate with me.
Yeah.
So now it's really a big collaborative project with designers from around the world. So I love that. So if it's work, I can show you my work for the...
Okay, yeah, here we go.
So I really like this sentence about saying that designing is basically the practice of combining stuff, ideally in a way that haven't been seen before. So basically, I will take all this from old papers, old bills and stuff like that, and create letters like that. And
oh wow, that's
with
cool.
Images.
The Flatiron building.
Yeah, this is exactly when I was working on that. If it was the D, it would be different. But then the G, I take this photo and I was like, okay, put it upside down. So it's really a creative process doing that, and all these are very, very old dollar bills, because at this time America have dollars from each state. So it's really crazy when you go into that, like there is dollars from California, dollars from...
Oh, wow.
So it's amazing, and so I have high resolution scan of that, and then I can compose with that, so yeah. So this was the same, this photo, when I remove the background, it gives it a kind of movie set. So I really love combining with that. And also the good thing that it brings me some clients, because I have done, what is the project? I done this project, for example, just for fun, just for, again, it's not working again.
Oh no.
It's high resolution, maybe it's just...
there we go.
So just for fun, I combine all these textures I have to do this poster.
Wow, that's beautifully detailed.
So yeah, because I'm scanning in super high resolution, so I can see stuff on the screen you don't see when it's printed. You know? So I can use them for design this poster, for example, and a client see this and said, okay, we want this for a project, because clients sometimes they need to see something to say, okay, this is working for us.
Yeah.
So then I can start. I work for them for this project. So they ask me for designing the label. They want basically what I have done before. So by showing what I can do, I give them the idea of doing that. You know, this is working for a project. So this is very cool how you have to show what you can do. You know,
right?
Just like. If you, for example, for the playing card decks, because the playing cards, this is the first project I have done. Basically, as a lot of graphic design work, I was like, I want to do a playing card deck. So I'm waiting for this big company of playing cards contacting me. So there is two options. You try to get them contacting you and notice you, or you do it yourself.
Right.
And then the good thing with Kickstarter and crowdfunding, I just design it and show this is my idea for a playing card deck.
Wow.
So it's called ephemerid because ephemera, and then there is so much things we can put in this project, because I figure out if playing cards have 4 colors, 4 shapes for the 4 seasons.
Oh.
And every season have 13 cards, so it's like a year. So you have 52 cards in a deck. So if 52 weeks of the year.
Yeah.
So just like this,
the concept unfolds so naturally.
Yeah, just like okay, this is so cool. So this is a part of my collection of ephemera, and I start composing with that. And I said, okay, this is gonna be cool to do a playing cards basic on this idea. So basically, this is what I have done to set up the project, and okay guys, this is my idea of a playing card decks. If you support, I'm going to do it. So I pre-sell much more than I expected.
Wow.
And now I am a playing card designer.
That is so cool.
And then the client saw the playing cards, and one client asked me to do a playing card decks for them. Nice. So it's always the same, you know, you're just like moving from, you have to show stuff and then make the ball rolling, you know? So now I am doing many playing cards deck. This is another project I have done now, inspired by the Crossed Key Society. So the Crossed Key Society is in Wes Anderson movie, the Grand Budapest Hotel.
Oh,
the hotel calls themselves. So instead of doing a Wes Anderson playing card, I just get the idea of the hotel and have fun with that. Let's start to reload. Where it is.
But that's really cool, though, how you're just like, I could either do it myself or someone could hire me to do it. And then when you do it yourself, someone hired you to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And
so it's like everyone, I think that's like a great way to remind people. It's just like, show the work that you want to get hired for as well. Like, don't put stuff in your portfolio that you don't want to actually get hired to do, because that would just be like miserable.
Exactly, and I talked about it yesterday. Also, I have big failure in my career too, just like working for the Rolling Stone and redesigning the Rolling Stone website, and then the project was cancelled. So this is the kind of thing you said, oh, this is going to be my big thing, you know, working for the Rolling Stone, and oh, he's a guy working for the Rolling Stone, but nobody knows. So I have to move on something different, you know, and instead of waiting like people to notice me for, you know, for a big thing, I was like, okay, I'm going to do my stuff and show them.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting, and I have also, what is the one I filmed to show you? So this is the second playing card deck, so inspired by a Wes Anderson movie. So it's not loading, so we're going to move on something else.
Well, everyone should check it out on his Behance anyway, though.
Yeah, and also I love printing, so every time you do printing stuff, you have to push it further. You know, it's just like when creatives, you think, okay, this is done.
Right.
So what are we going to do next?
Right.
So I was printing a nice playing card, so let's say, let's do coins to have the games going with that.
Wow.
So I have to find someone to produce the coins. So, you know, it's always the same. And our world is small now. You know, we have access to everything. So I have find this guy in the United States where they were doing coins for games. So I was like, cool, I'm going to do game with them. And I give them some money and they disappeared. So this is a problem also of funding your own project. You know? And then I find another guy doing that in Greece. So let's do, so I have a little less money because I lose some, but I need to do it now.
Right.
So.
I mean, that's the risk of, like you said, of like pursuing your own project that you're going to fund yourself or you're going to source crowdfunding for. It's like, okay, I assume the risk and the responsibility if something goes wrong with manufacturing or something, like that's all on you. So it's a big weight on your shoulders, but I can only imagine like once you get that support and all the funding comes through, it's like such a rewarding feeling, I guess, like to see all that support come in.
Yeah, definitely, because it's just like, okay, most of the time you're all by yourself like on a computer. So when you launch the project like this, and I have done also, as a collector of nice objects, I have done this special edition of the playing cards because I said, I have a very collaboration with my printer, which is great because it's not like do that. I'm just visiting him and we can play, you know, with the printing. And so, oh, I have an holographic stuff and I have a glow-in-the-dark ink and we can have fun with that. So he's as passionate as I am. So we can do this very limited edition. We said, okay, we're going to do 100 decks like this. And guys, I have a new idea for a new deck. I'm doing a crowdfunding for these decks. And there is only 100. And they sold in 30 seconds.
Wow.
So just like, oh, now I'm doing stuff, you know, just like, oh, it's crazy. And people think, I want it. Sorry, it's sold out. So it's amazing about, I have an idea for a playing card decks, and now I'm doing special edition and that. And I have people just so happy to meet me because they have the deck and want me to sign it. And when they ask me to sign it, I'm just like, no, he's going to ruin it. Okay, you know, but it's interesting to do your own project and where it's going to bring you, you know?
Yeah, that's really special, though. I mean, like I mentioned, I have a copy of your letterpress calendar from 2024, and it's on my desk. And I noticed, like, the packaging, the foil, and you also did a white version and a black version.
Yeah.
Did you do a white and black version for your previous letterpress
No,
calendars?
no. Every year we change with the idea. Every year we're trying to move on different things. At the beginning, it was really letterpress printing, and then we do an hot foil printing, and the same. I think it was 2019. I was like, okay, this is a letterpress printing project with a cover in hot foil. What about doing it full in hot foil? But if we want to do it full in hot foil, of course, it costs much more. So we have to reach to this level of money on Kickstarter. And people react, and then I have the fun. So I'm not taking any risk about production, but people are like, okay. And then they talk to your friend, you have to back up this project because we wanted to do it full hot foil. And now we're doing full hot foil every year. So it's really great how we improve the project every year. And this year I was like, okay, what we're going to do? And I have all this design, and it's amazing how different it is printing on black paper and on white paper.
Oh, okay.
And it's the same hot foil, and it's totally different feeling, you know, when you see it in black. And so I have it here.
Yeah,
so
if you have any samples, that'd
so
be awesome.
I have it here. I can show you.
Oh, yeah, let's
It's
do that.
just not easy. I should have opened before, but yeah, we're good. So this is the calendar. So the front cover.
Yes, look at that foil shine.
So you can see. So now I'm not designing that. It's designed by Kevin Cantrell, which is a designer from United States. And so we did it in 2 hot foil. One is copper, one is blue, and we have embossing. Even the embossing, you don't see it. You just have to.
Yeah.
You just have to touch it, like the.
And that's the beauty of printed material and
then we have
like that.
all the cards designing by different designers. Where it is, it's here. So every year I'm asking to a different designer to design the page. So like this, it's really different style, but you can see it's really cool, and we have this nice hot foil, and people love it because it's reflect the light. It's really crazy. And then I have some collaboration with people, and then we become friends. For example, this guy is right there, and
so cool.
Maybe I have another one. Where it is? I have another one. This guy is with me today on the booth, and this guy is there. So it's really collaborative. Yeah, it's really nice to when you work together. And the thing is, as I'm doing crowdfunding, I'm doing crowdfunding, so I'm making money out of it. So of course I want to pay the designer.
Right.
And some of them are just like, what? We are paid? I was like, come on, guys.
Of course.
Of course, you are working on something. So it's really a great project every year, and people now get it like a tradition. Just like in September, they start to contact me. There's like, I don't have my calendar. Did I miss it? And I was like, no, it's coming, it's coming. I'm just late because I'm doing a lot of things.
Yeah, that's super special. I mean, the beauty of your work is that it is so collaborative. You know, you're working with the printing press, you know, you and him just sort of bouncing ideas off of each other. It seems like it's like, what can we do differently this time?
Yeah.
I think is really exciting because it sort of also keeps you, I feel like the love, I mean, you also already just like have this natural love for the projects that you're doing, but I think it sort of surprises you and delights you in a new way each time you try something different, it seems. So you can also just like have more fun and try different things.
Yeah.
And I guess challenge yourself along the way too.
Yeah, and also you always have to take the good part of the project, because I also done a graphic design magazine, and it was a failure in the point of view of sale, because the system of selling a magazine was not good. So we do 2 issues, and after 2 issues, we were starting losing money. So it was like, okay, we have to stop the project now. But it opened me so much doors, because Adobe saw the magazine and support the magazine, and then they want to meet me. We met at OFFF, and then I get invited to Adobe Max. So so the money version was a failure, but it opened so much door, and I get an interview with Anton, which is a photographer I admire, and I can visit the Peter Gabriel studio in England because I talk about it in the magazine. So if I don't do that, I would have not all these amazing people. So even if it's not worth for the money, at the end, it's always good. You know, you have to take the best of it.
No, absolutely. I think one of the things that you mentioned yesterday that you just like touched on from your talk was that failure is a road, not a wall.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I feel like that's a really nice perspective to have, because it's like, I feel like when maybe someone who's earlier in their career or something, and they might get, you know, met with what feel like roadblocks, you know, in their way, it can feel like really disheartening, and, you know, it's hard to, you know, continue on to the next thing and sort of pick yourself up and, you know, keep going.
Yeah.
So it's really like nice to hear, just like, even when I failed, I didn't really fail because it allowed me to do all these other things.
Yeah, it's open, and always, also we are creative, so we have to try something and to see it's not working. Also, I don't regret doing the magazine, because if I have done it, I would have, or maybe I should have done it before, or you have regrets if you don't do it.
Right.
So I have regrets, but I have the good ones. I mean, you know?
Yeah.
And also I work with big clients, you know, I talked about it yesterday on the talk, and this kind of project is, I was always imagine designing an album for an artist will be the graal, you know, of something like I want to do in my life, but finally it was not that. So the dream was not the right one, you know, just like I reached this one, and finally it was not what I expected, because the dream is easy.
Right.
Dreaming is easy because you only see the good things, you know? And then it turned out it was not so dreamy, so maybe I can move on something different, you know?
Yeah.
I don't regret now.
No, that's really awesome. We have, like I mentioned, a lot of love for you in the chat, a lot of people who are fans. Someone had asked earlier, and I wanted to make sure that their question got answered, just from like a logistical standpoint. I would imagine, like I mentioned, you have this extensive collection, like you said, of, you know, papers and things that you find. And someone is wondering, how do you like organize the textures and the papers that you have and keep them organized so that if you're looking for something particular, you can like find the right one?
I'm a big user of Adobe Bridge.
Oh, okay.
Because I know not a lot of people use it, but I think it's really great to organize like this. And I try to be as much as organized as I can because a lot of things go in the same different, I would say, folder. But
Right.
I have a folder for calligraphy, stamps, textures, back papers. So I try to organize myself, but at the moment, when I scan, everything is in the same folder.
Okay.
And then I try to organize, but also it's interesting to just look into this kind of messy stack of paper, just like it was on the desk, and then said, okay, this one is nice, and so I have no particular organization, and sometimes, again, no organization could be a nice organization because you're just digging into it, to see what you can find.
Yeah, that's true. As we're wrapping up here, I think you mentioned that you have a booth at OFF Festival. So for those of in the chat who aren't able to be with us here, do you have an online store where you sell other things as well?
mrcup-shop.com is available.
Awesome.
And so everything, the playing cards, the books, and also some antiques, because now I'm also selling antiques.
Oh, yeah.
This is the next move I'm doing now. I'm selling antiques on Instagram, because why not?
Yeah.
And again, it was nothing really planned. People start asking, I want this and I want that. I was just showing my collection, and I was like, but this is my collection, but I figure out people really want that. So now I'm selling antiques on Instagram, because why not?
Do you do it on Instagram Live, or do you just take pictures with the reference numbers and then people...
I do a live because people also like to know the story about that.
Oh, okay,
so, when I find some papers and I can explain now, this is, because now I'm being an expert of antiques paper. So I can say, oh, this is from the 17th century because you don't have stamps, and then the signature. So I can read them, with the handwriting and stuff. So it's really like digging into all this legacy of type. So it's really fascinating, and I have so much nice feedback of people thanks me to find them this kind of thing. So it's really amazing just to share inspiration.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Cup, for joining us for this session. It's been awesome talking to you and learning more about you and your inspirations and your journey. And all of you, thank you for joining us in the chat. Let us know what you think so far. We've got a lot more stream to go, so don't click away. We'll be right back, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, bye.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are here streaming live from OFF Festival in Barcelona as day 2 of the conference. It's been really nice and sunny here in Barcelona, being surrounded by creatives from all around the world. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona, and I'm excited to be joined here today by Birgit, Palma, who is also based here in Barcelona.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah, how has OFF been so far for you?
Very hectic.
Yes.
Always, it's always the same. Always in the beginning, I think, okay, this time it will be different. I come to OFF, I sit down, I have just one chat, I meet one person, I don't do anything, I see a lot of talks, and then in the end, you come, you meet lots of people, you drink far too many coffees, you drink too much beer, and you go to bed like too late. But it's fun. It's like I always enjoy it. I just need a week to get okay again afterwards.
A week to recuperate
Yeah,
after, right?
exactly.
I know, it's so beautiful. We're here in the Design Museum in Barcelona, and there's a beautiful beer garden outside and sunshine, so it's a nice place to just meet people
Yeah,
as
exactly.
part of the conference.
Especially like, I'm from Austria, so this time of the year is like the time where I meet a lot of friends, because they all come here, which is nice.
Yeah.
And you can just like, especially because it's just getting really nice, you're outside and you can talk about life and sports and whatever comes up, let's say like that.
Absolutely, and that and creative inspiration, and there's so much
Also.
in this. That too, right? There's so much here in the festival.
I think I touched already kind of like a lot of topics, like from starting with AI to what to do in Barcelona on a very sunny day.
Has there been anything at the conference in particular that's really inspired you so far?
It's funny because I've seen 3 talks, and the last talk I've seen was the one from Vincent Schwenk. And first I didn't know that he was German. And it's funny because like he's from Bavaria. I didn't know that. I just saw it in the presentation. He had a really good presentation, and he's from Bavaria, and he just showed like his upcoming. And it's funny because it's exactly the same how I grew up, because like we all like tend to ski, and then in the end we get like these nerdy persons who like we have all the nature there, and then we are like these nerdy little persons who do 3D or design and don't use the nature. And then later on we grow up and we go back again, kind of like I also enjoy like being in Austria. When I'm there, I'm always on the mountain, and it was really nice how he rounded it up like perfectly, so kind of like diving very into his work, which is 3D, and then coming back to his roots. I really like that.
That's really great, and I know it's like that nature inspiring you in your work too, like being able to take a second to get away from a screen and then come back.
I didn't need that when I was studying. I'm pretty sure I didn't need that, but now, I don't know, like either I get older, I have the feeling I get older because I need much more time outside.
Yeah.
To kind of like, not to have ideas, even just to slow down a little bit. Because in work, sometimes I'm like much too fast. And Barcelona, I don't know if you know Barcelona, but if you know Barcelona, there are trees and so on, but like there's far more green, for example, in Tyrol. So when I go home, this is like when I go to Austria, I have like my timeout, so I go to the mountain, and then when I'm back, I'm ready for the city again.
Yeah, you're ready. No, it's so nice, and I think Barcelona has a nice mix of, you have the beach, you have parks, there's Costa Brava, there's the mountains. I moved here 4 years ago from San Francisco, and I love it. It's a beautiful place.
So if you want to move, like if you're able to move, like if you're a car, or if you just say a Saturday, okay, I want to get out of the city, it's super nice. I'm a huge fan of Costa Brava.
It's beautiful. I know. It's a great place to be, and especially in springtime, off festival, it's a great time of year for people to come here from around the world. But for those who are not able to be here with us in person, we are streaming live on Adobe Live and Creative Cloud YouTube, in addition to Behance. So if you're in the chat, go ahead and share with us where you're joining from, any questions that you have. We'll be sure to get to those. But I'm looking here in the chat. So again, if you have any questions throughout, looking through here, I see hello. Sean is joining us. Elena, Lisa, welcome. Peter says hello.
Hello.
And great. Well, again, if you have anything in there, like just go ahead and post that there. But tell us a little bit more about yourself, what you focus on, and your initial inspiration for moving into this.
So actually, I'm a visual designer. I'm like doing work in between illustration and type design. Mostly, it's like a mixture of both of those. Like those are the works I enjoy to do the most because they have a lot of boundaries, and I think I love boundaries because they give me I don't know, I feel like I'm in a cage for some time, but then I find the way out. This is like a way how I create my artworks. I've been when I arrived in Barcelona in 2016, and I was working in a illustration studio for 7 years, and I learned a lot. And then after 7 years, I just thought, I remember I got 30, and I just thought, okay, maybe it's time to try something else. And I thought before I get too old, that's what I thought actually. Before I got too old, I want to be freelance once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
So, which was easy for me because I didn't have anything I had to pay. I didn't have a kid, no car, no apartment, nothing.
Right.
So I just took the leap into freelance there. And the first year was difficult, but then like with every year, it got much, not better, but different. It's like nice. You get like more sure of yourself. It's like the more work you do. And now I'm really happy. In between, like making as many illustrations as I can between 8 and 5 or 4.
Nice.
And that's it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's beautiful work, and I know we'll get into that here in a moment. But for those who are in the chat and are thinking about freelancing but haven't made the leap yet, what advice would you give?
A really long breath first.
Yeah.
No, you have to be like motivated because like in the beginning for me it was not hard, but I was really happy that I had stuff which I didn't think of. I had a good cushion of money. I'm very social. That helped me a lot. Like the more you're out there shouting around that you're there and available and so on, the easier it gets. It's always like that. I think like you could even like sell swimming pools. It would be the same kind of like you have to let people know that you're available. And then what helped me a lot was 36 days of type. Do you know that?
Oh yes.
So we had to create like one letter for every day in April. It was always in April. So that helped me, for example, a lot because it was my time where I could play around. And I had like a lot of artists do that, like one artwork every day.
Yeah.
In my case, it was that. So I had time to really dive in a lot of styles. Because with illustration, it's always this problem that you think you have to have a style or you have to find one. And actually, I think it's more that the style finds you with the time. Because there's like things you prefer to make, and I think these also shape your style.
Absolutely.
And then what else? You need to have friends which listen to you when you don't know what to do, and they kind of like help you and say, hey, you're great, you will get this along. And then I think probably I forgot like 1,000 of things, but some of those are good. I think this is the basic, being very motivated. I was way over-motivated, way too much, but that helped,
That's great because then you have more projects than you know what to do with, right?
Yeah. And it's also like, I see that like, because now I'm already doing that for a couple of years, so kind of like, first when I had 50 minutes, I did something. I was like, oh, in 50 minutes I can make an artwork, or at least start. So now if I have 50 minutes, because I'm much more relaxed right now, I kind of made that jump already out like into the freelance career. Now I'm relaxed. If I have 50 minutes, I rather prefer to write an invoice than to create something new.
Nice. Well, I think on that note, maybe we can dive in to see some of your work and your illustrations.
So kind of, I'm very lazy in updating my webpage. But there are like some works which are pretty new. This one is pretty new. It's like a book cover I did. Should we just...
Yeah, let's go through and talk through it.
Give
and
like
I'll see
a
if
really
there's
rough overview. So kind of like, I think it's a nice way if you do both like illustration and type. Because both of those disciplines have like different kind of like restraints, like things which are important. So, and I enjoy to not do the same all the time, because first when I started illustrating, I thought, okay, you get stuck in a certain routine very fast. But kind of like, that's not actually true, because you have such a lot of like different disciplines. You have to design for books, you have to design editorials. Sometimes I'm doing lettering. Sometimes I have to animate the letterings. So kind of like it keeps up, new stuff keeps popping up where you have to learn and evolve yourself. So kind of, I made chocolates. That was a first timer. I'm always really keen on creating work which I can hold in my hand. Because if you do a lot of editorial stuff in the end, it's nice because it's alive in the web, but you never hold it in your hand. So kind of like, this was a book. These were like the chocolates we did for Austrian chocolate company, which I tried. They're very nice. And then the Adobe splash screen, which was a project I thought was really, really nice. And I was really happy to have done it, because that was kind of like, you have like this to-do list of stuff you want to do.
Yeah.
So like one time speaking at OFF was on it, and the splash screen was on it as well. So kind of like tick to both.
Yeah.
Well, I've been doing, with a friend together, we've been doing like a lot of Messenger thumbnails. You know, when you're a Messenger and you use the filters. So kind of like, that was a new one as well, because you had to design for you don't have that much space.
Right, a
but
much smaller screen too.
Yeah, but you have to kind of like translate whatever filter it is into a really small space. That's super interesting.
Yeah.
And that was a learning effect as well. I have more books.
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes, I'm really proud of those.
Oh, those are beautiful. What was the inspiration for behind the Sherlock Holmes cover?
Actually, like Sherlock Holmes is a little bit difficult, because this guy is known. in
Yes,
the whole
of course.
world.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Because when the editorial came to me to tell me to like design, I think it's a series out of 10 books. He didn't just write one book; he made like 10 or 12.
Yeah.
So the first thing I thought, oh, great, it's like 10 books. It's not in money, but it's like a lot of work over the years, because they don't like release the 10 books at once. So they have like every year they have 2. That's great, which means I'll be making 5 years a series of illustrations, which I found like very appealing. And we can open it.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is a bit of a different take too. I like how you've incorporated different elements of the story.
Yeah, it's
and
like
brought that out,
because there are quite a lot of books of Sherlock's around, Sherlock books around. Like many of them are really old, and they are nice book designs. And then there are many which are new, because of course there are always like new edition of Sherlock Holmes. And the tricky part with that one was you had to invent a title, because Sherlock Holmes is sometimes the title. Sherlock Holmes has to be in the title, and sometimes the title is without Sherlock Holmes. So kind of like, this is like Las Aventuras de Sherlock Holmes. So you had to find a way how to create the lettering, and like, kind of like put the type where it could fit the title. It was a hard one, because sometimes the title went together with Sherlock Holmes, and sometimes you had it just like on, I think the next one.
Yeah.
This is like another one. This is just like Sherlock Holmes, and then you had the title below. So that was the first thing which was hard to do. And the second thing was that Sherlock Holmes is really known. So kind of like, of course, the editorial comes and just gives you, they don't give you free reign. They just say, okay, please make something with Sherlock, of course. And then you have like those 4 elements which you have, which is the pipe, the hat, the silhouette, the smoke, and the magnifying glass. So those are like the typical Sherlock Holmes things. And maybe even like the, how is this called? This grid, Scottish grid, which they have like on the.
Oh, like a plaid.
Yeah,
like a,
plaid,
I know
exactly.
what you mean. Yeah.
So they have that one as well. And then I was thinking to make, I was like making various sketches, but then I was thinking, okay, maybe I'm just going like the straight way and try to really like use the whole book cover, which is something which is like typical for illustrators. I always want to fill the whole book cover with illustration, because otherwise why would I do such a small illustration when the book cover gives me such a huge format? So I thought, okay, I'll put on one big object on every cover, and then I'll just like read through the story and see if there's like some detail which I can like optically integrate somehow. And that was kind of like the story behind it. So this one is one of the first ones, I think. And I think, honestly, to me personally, I think it's the one I like most.
Yeah. And what inspired the color scheme? I see a lot of like primary colors in here, the reds,
like
blues,
the
and yellows.
typical detective colors are red and black. And although this is like red and black is some color combination, I think it's depending how you use it. But in this case, it would have been boring. It's like like in old detective movies, and I just thought, okay, maybe I invented a color scheme out of, I think, 12 colors, because I knew I would have to use like more books. And I thought, okay, maybe I just do it like that I use 3 colors in every artwork. Sometimes I broke the rules a little bit, but kind of. So, and then I always looked for colors which kind of were bold enough to, because these are books for young adults, basically. And the cool thing about when editors for youngsters come around, they say, okay, please be bold. Like, don't be quite. If you design books for older people, or like serious political books or so on, you normally have to use like quite quiet colors. I'm feeling much more at home here. So kind of like I used black, red, and I just added the blue because it fit very well.
Nicely,
yeah, and then so I was on the next one, and I thought, okay, so maybe let's use the same colors, but introduce golden. Kind of, it was, as I had to do like those, I had to do 3 at the same time, so that helped, like choosing the colors.
Sure they're aligned.
And then I just took the first 3 colors and invented like 9 more.
Oh, okay.
To kind of like the next one.
Oh, I like this introduction of like pink too, pink and yellow.
I'm always trying to sell my clients pink.
I do love pink.
Grandmother pink
like
illustrations, because I think it's a very calming color.
It is, yeah, with that pop of red in the middle.
And I just want to say it always fits together with black, with red, and with blue. It's like a no-brainer.
It's like a blush kind of color, yeah.
I didn't use any green, but later on I started to introduce green. Because I'm like, I've been working in Warszawa, and the whole office was green. For 7 years, and it was a garage, and it was like bright green. So I'm like seldomly using green anywhere, and I think all of us who work there, it went this way. So kind of like, okay, green is always a difficult color to use, I have the feeling. And I think that's it already in here.
Yeah. No, and I'm going to check over in the chat if there's any questions. So we have, Peter says, I love how you modernized Sherlock Holmes stories.
Thank you.
And Ruth says, beautiful colors and design. And we actually have a question here from YouTube asking, when you first start with freelance work, how do you know what to charge clients? Like, how do you come up with a structure?
That's like the most difficult question at all. Because you don't know. That's the
of course, yeah.
Yeah. You have like no idea how long, because especially like you assume that it will take that amount of time to create an artwork, but actually normally that doesn't work always. Sometimes it's much more time. So what I did, I chatted. So I had like friends which were already freelancing and others who were starting. So what I did was price compare. So I would send them the email, then I would make a cost estimate, which was mostly too low. And I knew a couple of friends who were high charging friends, which was nice. And then I just asked them, hey, how much would you charge for that? So I always looked how much I was off. Sometimes I was above it, but mostly I was below it, to be honest.
Okay.
So that was a process of learning in the beginning, because it was really hard. I think also like in the beginning, but everybody makes this mistake. You sell yourself too cheap.
Yeah,
because you don't take in account that you have to pay programs, fonts, your office, house shoes, food, like whatever you can imagine.
And the time for iterations.
And then
and then
add together like your time, which in a moment it's like my time is much more precious.
Yeah.
It was the same amount of time, but I just thought, okay, maybe let's start with 40 euros an hour, and then you're like, because I heard that somewhere, you do a lot of research and read, and then in the end, but also to be honest, like I think it was good as I did it. I undercharged in the beginning, and that like by time I learned what my value is. So kind of I think this is a continuous process. I think there's a lot of help in the internet nowadays. But it also like this help is valid for certain countries. It's not still until today. I do charge totally differently if I do a job in Spain. Then I would do it in the US or for Austria. It's like totally different.
Absolutely, yeah.
So for me personally, there's like no guide on that. It's like a little bit like projects which I've already done, but I still, if it's like a really big project, I still ask friends I have, like, hey,
of course,
do you think I'm good around there? Normally, if you send it off and the client kind of like, if it's a bit too high and they really want to work with you, kind of normally you negotiate it down. They say, oh, we don't have that much. It's like, okay, then I will see what I can do.
Yeah.
stuff
within
like that.
within
Yeah.
that budget.
Yeah,
no,
but
absolutely. It's challenging, right?
it's
The first time going through,
It's-
but there's a lot of resources, as you mentioned, support.
Yeah.
Are there any online communities that you recommend? I know you have friends in Barcelona and colleagues, but
I had through Instagram I grew there was a great community, like even people I never know. It's just like we started to like each other's work, and there you can kind of you start talking even if you don't see the people. This is like a good community. I also had time at a big Behance community, because especially Behance started to do events here, but that was a long time ago when I started out.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Barcelona has a big creative community,
great
which helped a
community.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's easy. I think in Austria it's not that easy to, or maybe I'm wrong. I just didn't start out in Austria, but for me here it was very easy to start out. It was easy to get to know the people. They were very warm and welcoming. There might be also the Spanish, the Spanish flavor. Even they are not even from Spain, you know, but it's kind of like people are very nice here.
Yes, it's
that helped
really
a
nice.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I know we're almost at time, but if maybe we can share your work one more time, and if people want to follow you on Instagram or have any follow-up questions, what is the best way for them to get in touch with you?
Actually, I'm kind of really answering on every Instagram message because I like that. Honestly, I can't see if there's a message which I haven't read. So kind of normally I do that, not instantly, but kind of I scroll through and then later on I always answer, because I think I think it's very important to be nice.
Of course, yeah.
People are nice to me. I'm also nice to people. I think that's some basics which help you along the way.
Of course, like a karma, you know, it's like.
So if you want to write me on Instagram, feel free. Or if you have questions or want to know which brushes I used somewhere, I'm open to answering everything.
Nice. It's so beautiful. I love just it's so vibrant and so colorful, your account. So
thank you.
Yeah, we'll be sure to follow that, and of course we're going to feature some of this on Adobe Live.
Be happy to do.
Yeah, but thank you so much for joining us today. Is there anything you're looking forward to?
Now?
Yeah,
Ooh,
today or tomorrow as part of OFF as we wrap up?
I think tomorrow I have a talk. I'm very looking forward to be over with my talk. That will be fine, because then I'm allowed to drink beer. My talk is at 4:30, I think, in the open room up there.
Perfect. Well, if you are here at OFF in person, make sure to check out your talk. What is the title or focus area of your talk?
It will be my trump. I imagined I'm a poker player, and I show you my trump cards, which are themes which come over in my work, stuff like abstraction and limitations, stuff which I use a lot, which help me creating the work I do.
Oh, well, we're really looking forward to it, so be sure to check that out tomorrow. Thank you again so much for joining us, and we will be back with our final Adobe Live episode here, streaming live from OFF Festival in Barcelona. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Bye.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are here for our very last episode, streaming live from Barcelona as part of the OFF Festival. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here in Barcelona, Spain as part of Adobe. And I'm excited to be joined here today by David Wilson. David, how's it going?
Going great. Hi, nice to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How has it been so far at OFF Festival? I know this is your first OFF Festival. You're joining us here from London. What's been some of the inspiration you've seen so far?
Well, I have a confession. We landed late last night, and then my presentation immediately after this is quite complex. So we've been doing quite a bit of tech this morning and rehearsal. So I haven't been able to enjoy it as much as I'd like. I haven't caught any of the speeches. It's all been preparation. But tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the last day. We have a lot of opportunity for that. And you're here in the sunshine in Barcelona. You know, I know there's creatives from all around the world. So I know there'll even be opportunities after.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe you can give us a little bit.
It's live.
Oh no, and we're live, and there's an alarm going off. Maybe.
Do you know what she's saying?
I do not.
Okay, great.
But I think there is a alarm going off right now. Of course, that is the joy of live. I think we can keep rolling. All right. Well, you just experienced that with us live for those who are tuning in as part of the Design Museum here in Barcelona. But David, I know you have your presentation coming up. You've been prepping for it. Can you maybe give us like maybe a little sneak peek or tell us a little bit about what we can expect?
Yes, it is a live show. So there is dance, there's drag, there's remixes of my work, there's unseen work, there's sketches. It's all fused together as a kind of explosion of self-expression and queer joy.
Oh, well, I'm really excited to see it. And that's going to be at 6 p.m. or?
It's going to be at 7:45, I think.
7:45
yes, or
p.m.
6:45.
Okay.
I forget. The time difference.
Well, we're really excited to be able to see it. And I know everyone... We're good. Okay. It was a false alarm. So good to know. You experienced that live with us today. Well, we're really excited to see that celebration. It sounds like a great way to end the Friday of OFF. But having said that, why don't we just go ahead and dive in so you can showcase some of your work to us and your latest projects.
Great. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully you're seeing my screen right now.
Yep, we can pull up your screen here on
Lovely.
the
There
stream.
we are.
There we go.
I'm going to show you the latest commercial that I did. It's nice to start with the commercial stuff, how I earn my money. So this is a commercial for sofas. It is more exciting than you would think. It's very psychedelic. It's set in a dream space about how people imagine their future life with a sofa to be.
Ooh, cool. Let's check it out.
In a world of choices and voices, ask yourself, what's the right thing for you? Yes, you. Here's some thinkspiration. What floats your boat? Bottoms up. What gets your goat? What lights up your world? What makes your heart sing? Does beige give you butterflies? Perhaps not. Does corduroy bring you joy? Or would you rather recline on cloud 9? Sure, your thing might not be everyone's cup of tea, but you're not everyone, are you now? Ooh, Battenberg. When it comes to your kingdom, remember one thing. The right thing is your thing, and we've got just the thing for you. DFS, what's your thing?
You have made sofas look so cool.
They are cool. We spend a lot of time on them.
It's true. Tell me more about the inspiration behind this. Like, I mean, it's a very central part of the home, right? Like you said, you spend so much time there.
Yes, so the reason why I wanted to include that is because we've got Harvey coming later for a portfolio review.
Yeah.
And it was important to talk about the sound. So as much as it's fun to talk about the concept, like that came from the advertising agency and then I embellished it. which is the fun job of the director. But in terms of the sound, that was one project where it really came to life. Obviously, there's the sound design of the swooshes and the whooshes and going into the different worlds and how the different worlds feel. But when it came to the music, that's a bespoke piece of music. So we sat in an edit suite with the client and with the agency and went through around 50 pieces of music just to get the ballpark of where we wanted to be. And it came, our end inspiration came from a kind of quite avant-garde place. It was quite operatic. Sound is ever present. Or the orchestra of sound that surrounds us. And I'm really happy with how that music turned out, especially with music. It can reshape a piece so much. Obviously, the majority of my work is actually music video based. So I'm not going to show any of that because there's not much sound design on that. But this one was a really nice result from diving in and exploring what different music lends to a piece and how it makes it feel different.
Yeah, absolutely. I just felt like I was transported throughout that whole experience to those different scenes, and there's this surrealist element and like feels very magical, and really did a lot. I think
our
for
brief was to start with like wonder and what if, and then it needed to get exciting and build and go, oh, there's all this possibility, and actually when you put that in and that needs to be a 60-second piece of music. That's a lot.
It can be really challenging.
Very challenging.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and check out the chat to see if you are tuning in live from Adobe Live YouTube, Creative Cloud YouTube, or Behance. Go ahead and share in the chat, 1, where you're joining us from, if you're just tuning in now for the first time. And 2, if you have any questions for David or curious about different pieces of his work, go ahead and post them in there. I'm going to go ahead and check it out. So Shane says, wow, really cool. And then we have here I'm going to pull up here. We got the other YouTube channel. Question from Peter. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
Does David have a favorite editor he likes to work with?
Oh, I hate the favorite name because then
multiple favorites.
Yes, I have many favorites. But I think it is worth checking out Tom Grove Carter.
Okay.
He works at an edit house called Trim, and he's a big champion of Final Cut, which is Apple software. And I'm really realizing I should be talking about Premiere.
You know what? No, we're talking about all the tools, everything that you use, your true creative process.
He's got really good insight into how to use Final Cut Pro. I personally edit in Adobe Premiere. But yeah, Tom is fantastic. He's edited a lot of pieces of work for me, including Arcade Fire We Exist, which I got nominated for a Grammy for. So he's technically kind of Grammy nominated in there as well.
Yeah, very, very cool. So that's good to see that background. So hopefully Peter says thank you, and joining from Chicago. And then Tim, who's my colleague joining us in from Munich, he says, quick, we need another alarm. Thanks, Tim. All right, well, Oliver's laughing. All right, well, maybe we can dive into, let's see, maybe show us one more project, and then from there we'll hop into the portfolio review.
Lovely. Are you ready for some nudity?
Oh, we're ready.
Great.
Today, before the end of breakfast, you will help change the world. For every time you eat Rouse honey, you support the beekeepers and their bees. You help make this nature and this nature. You help pollinate the planet. And we just want to say thank you.
I feel also, again, like transported to that magical elements and connecting back to nature. Tell me more about the inspiration behind this one.
Well, it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
It's all like communicating that honey is made from a natural source.
Right.
So we went out to South Africa and made South Africa look like the fields of England.
Very cool.
And what was the most fun about the sound on this one was the choir. Because if you watch that back and listen to it again, you've got the choir singing, "Isn't it amazing?" like all in unison, which I think is kind of, I like that it's slightly lost, but it was a suggestion that the creative director had in a meeting, and we all laughed so much about it, going, yeah, but how?
Yeah.
And then we worked with a wonderful company called Major Tom, and they managed to find a choir, and we recorded this amazing choir singing that just for that one bit of sound design. It's great. I really love that Easter egg in there.
Really, really cool. No, I love, and just like really, again, feels like that magical element, and it's even with the human voices connecting us back to nature, back to honey. I like all of it. It's great. Well, I'm looking and seeing in the chat if there's any other questions, but I think we're actually at time for our portfolio review. So I'm going to ask Harvey to come up here. If you want to go ahead and take a seat. Oh, you can sit right there.
Okay,
now you have the seat of honor.
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead. So please take a second to introduce yourself and what you're focused on.
Okay, yeah. So I'm Harvey Fisher. I'm the owner of H1 Sound. H1 Sound is a sound design and music studio. So we create music, like bespoke music and sound for adverts like yours, or I'm quite heavy within a CGI, 3D animation kind of world. So yeah, that's what I do. I create music and sound for animation.
Great.
Nice. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Harvey. And maybe we can dive into your portfolio and get some feedback from David.
Okay, let me just get a bit closer. Okay.
So we'll pull that up from the iPad. And go from there.
Okay, cool. So yeah, like I said, I create like original music and sound design. So I work with creative agencies and CGI studios. They create the video, they talk to the client, and I'll create the music and sound for that. So this is for Caseify, the iPhone case brand. Oh.
There we go. You just push play.
Hello.
Oh, I think you just have to push it once and it should be fine. Here we go.
No, it's loading.
Oh, no.
Doesn't want to load it.
Maybe we need some technical support. Or maybe refresh it really quick. Here we go. Let's refresh. Oh, maybe. Trying that really quick. Alrighty, go there.
Right.
Very cool.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, that was music and the sound design. So with like work like this, it's just really just trying to encase what the client wants musically, and also working with the visual to create it like one piece. You know, you want to be transported through the different worlds, and yeah.
It's wonderful. Do you know what she was singing? Because I love that it was gobbledygook.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so
Loved
it was like a Brazilian.
Yeah.
They wanted like a Brazilian kind of, that was their target audience.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was the music. Obviously had to resemble that.
No, it's great. The brief, I always find that brief so hard to nail, is make it sound like this kind of song or these examples of songs, but not exactly that song.
Yeah.
And yeah, you did very well. It's great.
Ah,
Loved it.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess. So I also, like I said, I work with like motion designers and animators. I do like quite a lot of collaboration kind of work as well. So these are other people's personal works, which they obviously want some sound to or something. So this is like Instagram reels, you know, short little videos. So if this one hopefully loads. So it's kind of like a like an ambient kind of ethereal piece. Yeah, it's like, is there anything like looking through that you would like to see, or because obviously my kind of work, I would come to someone like you to you know, do the music and video for. So is there anything that would pop out, or?
It's a great question. I mean, I love the two pieces that you've shown, because again, it's like what I was doing visually with my pieces of visual work. It's like bullets of information. You want to communicate so much in such little time. So even the blue ribbons, it's just like, yep, I completely get the tone, like almost way more than the imagery with the sound that you did. So it's really excellent.
Oh, thank you.
What's the wispy blue, blue and purple cloud on the black background?
Okay, yes. So this is for, if I can pause it before it plays. Yeah, so this is for 6CK, or it's like a big DJ over, I think, America, I think.
Great.
Sorry if I've just butchered that. So this was a like a promotional piece for this DJ. Yeah. Again.
Oh, can you tell me anything about that, like specific sounds? What I love the most about sound design is using something like celery for the for the break of a neck, or something like. Was there anything in that way you're like, oh, the smoke was actually the sound of a food blender? Or
yeah, so I actually had complete creative control over this, so I could choose. So there's loads of whispers.
Yeah.
Lots of whispery sounds. There's lots of fiery sounds, smoke, as you could kind of hear. In terms of something like celery, no.
Celery was not used in the sound.
Not from mind, anyway. Yeah. So
is there any tidbit in here where you're like, oh, this was an unusual sound?
Oh, okay.
Like Foley is something I'm very excited about.
Oops, sorry.
It's just so fun.
I think with a lot of my work, I want to try and represent what is on the visual.
Yeah.
So what I kind of work by is what you see is what you're going to hear.
Yeah.
So,
So I think we have about 30 seconds to wrap up.
Don't worry.
But don't worry, no pressure. But maybe we can continue the conversation offline too. And really quickly, Harvey, if there are, what sites do you want people to check out? Do you have like an Instagram account or anything that people can check out your work?
Yeah, so my website is h1sound.com. That's where you can see all my work. I've got some case studies on there as well, but it will be taking too long to go through all of that. And then my Instagram is h1.sound.
Awesome.
Yeah, come check me out.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your portfolio today with us and joining us. And thank you, David, so much for walking through your work. We're really excited to check out your session later tonight. I know you're getting to that right away to check out the tech check and everything.
Action time.
Action time. Well, that concludes our Adobe Live sessions at OFF. So thank you both for joining us for the final session. Thank you to everyone for tuning in over the past 2 days from all around the world. All of these sessions are on demand on our YouTube channel. So if you check out the Adobe Live YouTube, you can access these sessions at any time. And be sure to join us tomorrow. We're going to be live on the Adobe Live Instagram account. We'll be sharing some behind the scenes from the Adobe booth and from some of the different artists here too. So be sure to check us out. Thank you again so much for joining us. You've been an incredible audience, and we look forward to seeing you on Instagram tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.